Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, where we're building a global Black business pipeline. Right, greetings, family, again. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans, Tours and Investment, and I'm here with my good brother, College Genesis of College Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism, here to share with you a vision towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother. How was your day? How you feeling? Are you ready to rock and roll
Great,
tonight?
great. Things are growing. Life is good. Life is
That's
good.
excellent. That's excellent, brother. And as I'm always encouraging you, and likewise, we just got to keep on building our, building our enterprise, building our agencies and our enterprise, and keep working with each other. There's no quick, easy solution to any of the things that we ever talk about. But what we have to think about is to think about the future. We have to think about generational connection. We have to think about how we're gonna lay a foundation or build on a current foundation to where our children, our future, our generations can compete with the rest of the world, not be a slave to the rest of the world, not be the rest of the world's consumers. You know, yeah. So that's what we do, family. We get into these real discussions, and not everyone is gonna feel us. Not everyone is gonna be down with what we're talking about. But what we're looking to do is build a future and do what we need to do and take accountability, and not depend on whether the reparations check is going to come or whether white people are going to turn around and say, you know what, let black people catch up to me and catch up to us, and let's make things on an even playing field to where they have equal everything and things like that. So none of those things are just going to magically happen. So we have to work our way out of fantasy land, and get back to doing the work. And some of the simplest work we always talk about doing, color, is something simple: supporting black-owned business, investing in black-owned business, and working with your own brothers and sisters who are looking to build a future. So I'm always saying it's unfortunate if you and I was literally on here talking about relationship, and we had all these fine women of all different colors and things on here, and then we were just drinking wine and everything, and then we are just having these little intimate conversation.
You
We'd have
refreshing.
about 100,000 times as much followers and people tuning into us. But family, unfortunately, like I was telling my brother, that's not the life that we're in. We have we've been blessed with with leadership skills, and blessed with an energy to direct our people, and we have experience in a movement, and we have seen many people come and go, and we have learned a lot. So we're here to share with you what we know and what we have experienced in, and what we vision from the trueness of our heart. I know it's a lot of fake stuff going on out there and things like that, but me and Kala is not up on Saturday and Tuesday night, late at night, when you can tell, from our eyes that we've been working all day long and we may be tired. But we're here to talk with our people, just to kind of reach out to connect with real people who see and feel our vision and our energy, and say, I love what these brothers are doing. Let me connect with them. That's what we're looking to do. So that's why we're working together to build a foundation for our brothers and sisters in Liberia. Build that connection. Kala always saying that what people need, based on his analysis, they need an easy Africa move. And so he's dedicated himself to make Liberia work. And I've joined the party. I've joined the works with him, and we're gonna just really just show you more and share with you more. But reach out to us. I'm hoping that it's more than just trolls and haters and these sick people who keep on calling my phone every night when we do a show and things like that. But you do the private blocker. But yeah, family, we want to know that there's real people out there that feel us and want to connect with us. So we're going to be sharing our information and things like that, and take a look at the sites and things like that. When I pop up the BAIO website, you'll see my information on there. You see Kala information on there. Help us build a network. Help us work together and make this work. And if you're not feeling us, it's all good. And if you're really supporting us, show some likes, share, subscribe. Hit us with some super chat. Give us some referrals. These are things that you can do to this, to where you build with us, because when you build an energy with us and we become successful, the first thing me and Colin is always going to be doing, which we already been doing, and we don't have that level of success, is we're going to put other brothers and sisters on, and we're going to create opportunities for other people. and build it organically. But yes, my brother Kala, let me know if you want to add anything to that before I share some quick schedule
Well, yeah,
information. The
I just want to
details.
say, yeah, this is what we're here for. We always say the end goal should be nationhood. If your end goal is not nationhood, your end goal should not be, worrying about what the Jews are doing, the white supremacists are doing, what the white man's doing, the Democrat Party's doing. Your end goal should be nationhood, right? If you believe in nationhood, then you're on this track, right? And I'm so focused on nationhood, right, that I can't get distracted by anything else, right? I had a guy today, some minister of mines and some from the DR Congo. I don't know, Rosenthal he got my number from Rosenthal, whatever like that. Say we're really to invest in gold, where like he's in the government. I said, dude, you're looking for Mr. Rosenthal, not me, So I get all kinds of people, but I don't get sidetracked, right? Our focus is on nation building, right? And in nation building, the strategize is we need a landing place. Africa made easy place. And all the stories I've heard from all the different parts of Africa and everything, people fight me on this all the time. You need a place where we can set up shop and build and engage the rest of the continent. That we don't have to get too deeply involved in African politics. We don't have to get too involved in compromising with you because we're still in the United States. We don't need to be in a conflict nation with the United States or anything like that right now. We need a place where we can basically plant roots down and build. Finding your roots is not just finding roots that was there. Finding roots also means planting new roots and cultivating new roots, planting new ideas, connecting with new people, and this is why, picking certain countries and getting to know the people and getting to know the lay of the land and stuff like that is so important. With that, I always had a feeling for Liberia, but it wasn't until I went there 2 years ago where I said this ought to be the place where Black people, African Americans, ought to build institutions, to Pan-African institutions, to engage the continent. I said there's no possible way. All other countries I was talking to and everything, I said they're years and decades off. I said this is someplace right now that we have a hand in because our history and the culture and everything is so friendly to what we do and what we're talking about that this is an excellent place. And I'm grateful for Brother Bomani for taking up this mission. Our tour is going so far so good. Hopefully by the time the tour closes, we'll have 30 people coming with us. And hopefully we can make this whole tour into a mini movie and it'll go out there and it's going to start a revolution. This is a rebirth of Black America with Liberia on a larger scale. And so once this tour is successful and everything, there'll be more tour. Who knows? We might have another tour next year too. Might have 2 of these next year. We never know, depending on what the demand is.
Absolutely, Kala, I'm with you on that. Let's keep it positive, and family, we can do many of these. This is just to break the ice, and because we're gonna show you, and once we show you, we can do many things. Because one thing about this project, it's more than just me and Kala. It's a bunch of us working together, which is I've never seen that in this Pan-African movement, where it's a unit of us across different measures, just working to for an end goal to build us a foundation where we can live, do business, and invest in Africa. And this is it. So I have a nice energy in Ghana, but we don't have this organized energy like we have for Liberia, especially for those who just who haven't made future plans already, especially for those who are literally just getting into wanting to get a feel for Africa. This is a perfect energy. And for those who just have things planned out and maybe they just need to be in somewhere like Ghana, Tanzania, or another country, then that's fine. But this is for the foundation investors.
Yeah, exactly. For the people who are just getting their feet wet and people who basically want a place where you can own property, you don't have to, all the laws are similar to the United States as far as real estate and owning land and owning property is similar to the United States. There's the customs and everything are similar to what we do over here, so you need that. You need that. You need that sort of energy. You need people who can speak English. You need people that understand you understand the culture, to understand Black America, And so, like I said, Liberia is a perfect country because it's almost like going to like the 51st state, you know, in many ways. But you're in Africa. You're in African soil. You're on the African continent. You know, so like I said, this is a perfect place. You know, once Liberia is built up and everything like that, the next generation can go to Angola and the Congo and stuff like that because we'll have a base in Africa that's ours. You know, we have a base. Right now, the purpose of tonight's show is nationhood. We don't have a base. Nationhood means your identity. Right now, we African Americans are not recognized as a nation. We have no representation in the UN. We have no representation in the African Union. We have no representation at the World Trade Organization. We do not exist. But yet, Black America generates for the world $1.4 trillion. Imagine a group of people that could generate $1.4 trillion, but don't even have a political party inside of America. And you wonder why our community is falling apart, why it seems like Black America is dying, why relationships between Black male and Black people, everything seems like it's falling apart. The answer is nationhood, coming together, Black man, Black woman, Black child, to build something of our own. That's what everybody else do when they're serious about survival. You know, so if you're not serious about survival, you like doing live streams, talking about the problem, hey, go right ahead. You know, you get your money, get your super chats on and everything like that, get your donations for your building, whatever, that's fine. But when you say, you know something, I'm tired of this, and even if you don't have nothing for yourself, you say, look, I want to be able to build something for the next generation. And that's something the white man took out of us, right? That sense of continuity. When we see other groups of people say, why are you working so hard? Because I want to pass something down to my kids. I want to leave a house to my kids. I want to leave this business to my son. You know, we as Black people, we don't do that because we don't care. It's been built out of us. I don't like quoting the Will Lynch letter, but you have older Black men who are jealous of younger Black men. I don't want to see them succeed. Who are they there? You got to come up and pay me homage and everything like that. You know, you got women jealous of men jealous of women. You know, you got people from the islands jealous of people from America. People from America jealous of people from the islands. All this division. Why? Because we have nothing tangible together that we both hold dear. And we all had something that we loved in common. Tell me, what do we have in common that we love? You can't bond on oppression. You can't bond on police brutality. You can't bond on poverty and unemployment. You got to have something that you are winning around, that you could rally around. The Jews found that with the state of Israel. They had something globally they could all rally around, which was Israel. Black America and African diaspora in America, in the West, need something to rally around that's theirs. You know, whether we're starting out with these small communities and everything we're trying to build, and then eventually our own territory, our own nation state. And people are going to ask me, well, why are you? Look, we see now that most of these countries that we see now are dissolving. Everything I said for the last 30 years, that these countries are artificial countries that are propped up, and we can't rely on those. Now, the two countries that wasn't that is Liberia and Ethiopia. And I'm saying to myself, Liberia was a country that was written for, that had us in this constitution. You know, we the people. Who are we the people in Liberia? The people coming from the United States and the West seeking refuge. Right? Does the American Constitution even mention Black people? No. The 13th, 14th Amendment, was there any Black men sitting down writing the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment that you pride yourself on? No. Well, we at the preamble of the Constitution? No. So we convince ourselves, right, because we're here, we got to make the best of it, that this country, republic, now you could play the game. You can say, I'm an American, but when things don't go right, and you know deep down inside, you know, that we're being slighted because you're race, that's what it is. Why does everything always fall in white people's favor and not ours? Because it's not really our country. You're a minority group. And not only that, you're a despised minority group. Now, if that's okay with you, that's fine. Right? But my whole thing is this. I'll respect somebody who says, I'm an American, I'm proud of American, I wave the American flag, America good for me, I don't care about nothing else. I can respect that. What I don't respect is people who tell me we don't need a nation, right? But every 2 seconds, they're always talking about racism, white supremacy, this 1619 project, this country found. Yeah, this country is found on race. It is what it is. Now, what are you going to do about it? It's not going to change. They're not going to just roll over one day and say, you know something, black people? Yeah, we were racist all along. George Washington was racist. Thomas Jefferson was racist. Like that. What do y'all want? That's not going to happen. And the reason why that talking point is there is because too many of our men in our community think like women. A real man says, I want something of my own. I want something of my own and everything like that. If I didn't create it and I didn't build it, it's not mine. No real man wants to be somebody's boy. The white man decided to give you a civil rights movement, Oh, so we like this. So you should have everything on our own terms. You should exist your own terms. That's what God, they said God bless a child to have his own. God put every man on this earth to have his own mastery, his own destiny. What we did, we sacrificed that natural destiny, that natural thing that God innate put up to us, right? That we can govern ourselves, that we can protect ourselves, provide for ourselves, struggle together, go through trials and tribulation, and still be a people, right? We sacrifice that self for this so-called belief in civil rights in America. I know this scares a lot of people because America's all you know. But you're never going to be happy. And the laws of power says, look, you have to avoid the unlucky and you're unlucky and you're unhappy. Luck is not on your side historically. And you're not happy. How many times did I look on TikTok? Yeah, 1921, Tulsa Oklahoma burned to the ground for white vigilance miles. Okay, that's what we're going to keep doing all the time? Revisiting history. How do you basically make sure that doesn't happen again? You can't. Oh, this right here, the lynchings or the mass lynchings of all these soldiers. I was scrolling TikTok today. I appreciate the history. But when are you going to start winning? When are you going to start being happy? The fact that you're bringing it up, obviously you're not happy. So when do you become happy? You become happy when you have a land of your own, you have a military, you have your industrial base, you have your schools, you have your own flag, you have your own national anthem, and basically you can protect yourself from anybody foreign, and you can control the enemy within. Any enemy without. We can't control the enemy within. The enemy within is given a platform by the white man to berate our culture, scandalize our culture. We have bullies and thugs and everybody destroying Black America. There was I don't know if I sent you this video. Right now in Portsmouth, Virginia, there's a 16-year-old kid that's on the loose, right? This kid, they call him the death squad, the death executioner, right? His brother just got sentenced to 88 years, right? For 5 years ago, he shot a female cop 6 times, right? When he was 15 years old. And then right now, because he went to jail, his brother is in a rival gang, and the two gangs are fighting each other. And his brother is an executioner. They showed him on a video outside of the rooftop, shooting and gunning down some people. And he's on the run and loose in Portsmouth. There's a gang war going on in Portsmouth. And the community is completely living in shock, terror, and fear. All over America, right? Black communities that were once safe and community like that are living in terror and fear. Do you think in a million years, if College Genesis was head of a nation or in government or not, you think that this would be happening? No. If you think we had strong Black men in the courts and the police and the military and stuff like that, it would happen? No. Don't you think these kids would be in reform school and everything like that? And we would have the power of the ultimate punishment if people really don't want to reform? That's what it means. See that president of El Salvador arrested 66,000 gang members. Have them on like they can't even talk. They're in fetal position 24 hours a day. One meal. He's broke the back of the MS-13 in this country. You don't hear about them no more. That's what you do when you want to have a nation. You take those drastic measures. Right now, black people talk about, oh man, the gangs, the crime, everything like this, because you don't want to have a nation. And it's going to get worse. Because white people don't care about what's going on in your so-called hoods. They don't care. You're going to keep dying. You'll keep living in fear. I hear black women, I hear black women all the time. That's why at night, I don't even go to a gas station. You know, after this, a woman got hit in the head with a brick. You know, it come to find out there was more to the story than that. But black women took to social media. Black men are beating up black women like this. Is this what we want? The scandalizing of black men by black women, the scandalizing of black women by black men. Nationhood will solve the problem because we'll force us to work together. You won't have white zaddy in courts to go to. We have to start relying on your husbands, your brothers, uncles. We'll become a people again. Right now, we're not a people. That's why we hate each other so much. There's no friggin' order. For a brief period of time, we were left alone in segregation and separation. We built some sort of order, and we had codes. We had black love. We had black love in our community to do the right thing. Somebody tell you know the right thing to do. And even as hard as thug, where he would come out in his like, when he saw Miss Such and Such coming down the street, he straightened up. He had a beer bottle in his car. I remember when I was a kid. They would have a brown bag over their beer. You didn't sit on a street corner with your beer out. You had a brown bag. And when people talk about it, how you doing? How you doing? That was respect. We don't have that no more. Now we got people walking down the street with bottles, smoking dope right out in the public and everything. No respect whatsoever. Because we let them get in our culture and change our culture around with rap videos and everything, telling us to be disrespectful. Rap was not rebellion against white society. Rap community, the culture and everything was rebellion against black society. If you want to know. For you Negroes that want to defend this stuff on that, they were basically did not like the fact that there was some civilization and civility and everything. Our feeble attempt just to live decent. That's all Black America ever wanted, just to have a place where we can live decent. We weren't asking for much. We weren't asking for civil rights, whatever. We just want to live decent like human beings. And America took that from us. Now all bets are off. Now everything's on the table. Now it's time to raise the stakes. You want to do that? You want to destroy our community and whatnot? Now it's time for a nation of our own. That's the talking point that we need to be having right now. Nothing else. So I'll open with that.
Excellent, Brother Kala. Excellent. Appreciate the breakdown. So, family, that's what we're into tonight. The topic is nationhood is the only solution to bring about order. Why Black America need to build an Afrikstan. So that's what Kala has been analyzing, and that's what we tell my family. So it's time for us to, for those who are down with this, to build the work. Me and Kala don't believe in this dipping off and just running off to Africa. I mean, we have to,
build
it's
this thing.
more than this, you have to have things physically built at the location where you're going. So that's what we're doing.
Let me address a comment from Nack Wheezy. He says, you literally demonize Black women. That's what he does is he puts words in your mouth, right? He twists everything you say around, right? Twists everything you say around. Then goes around saying, I demonize Black women and everything like that. First of all, if you really listen to my content, right? I'm more harder on Black men than Black women. Bomani, have you ever seen me do a red pill show or anything like that?
No, you don't say nothing about sisters here.
I don't talk about sisters at all.
I mean, even in our day-to-day conversation when you and I talk.
You hear my talk about it. Do I ever talk about Black women?
No. So, no.
Never. So, like I said, when you basically, if you're a liar and you got nothing else to say, you say stuff like that. You demonize Black women and whatnot. But the bottom line is that's not what happened.
Yeah, when it comes to Black women, any subject when you talk about America, The only thing I can say is when it comes to brothers in that situation, only thing I can ever tell them, as someone who's been around, 6 continents and 35 plus countries, and and enjoy life and see things, and analyze things. If you're looking for certain things, especially not being, not having any system, just control your life and how things work in your life. This place may not be it. So, I tell them, that's why I always say, a black man in Africa is a king. He's not subjugated by this ridiculous laws to keep you weak and have no control over your life and things like that. So, it's that's the only thing that we can say. And if by us or you saying that is that something saying about black women, then that person brought it up, not you. So just like I tell brothers, you have options in Africa. Don't put up with any foolishness from the system or from any person. If you want certain things and you want to be a man and you want to, and you're willing to do certain things, Africa is a great option. And this is based on my analysis.
It has nothing to do with the black women in America, because they
nothing. I have nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with black women in America. It's a system in America. Like I said, right? They took our culture. Back 20, 30 years ago, look at how our women, this is my point I'm trying to make. This is how we used to have, when we had control over our record industry, we had control of our radio stations, we had gatekeepers in black America that made sure garbage didn't get out to the public. So if anybody was in black America, really in black America, and real new black culture and everything, they would know that. That Clear Channel, iHeart, and all these people, that ain't black America, the Breakfast Club and all that stuff like that, that ain't real black culture, black America. That's white people putting people up there as fronts for black America. I know real black content when I see it. Back then we used to have Frankie Cocker, all the urban inner city. We used to remember WLIB radio. I think it was LIB radio, New York City, AM radio. They were fire. Remember them? They used to have fire content all the time. We had a magazine, a newspaper called the City Sun. We used to have all these news, Amsterdam News. We used to have we had black media that basically gave us a thing. We had Ebony magazine, that was strong back then. We had Jet magazine, we had Essence magazine, had Emerge magazine. We had Black Medium. Black people were held to account for what they did. We don't have that anymore. And it's not the average black person, a black woman, black man's child's fault. It's because this is what we come to when we talk about integration. Now, we gave these people a chance, right? We said we're going to integrate in America. Look what they did to us. Destroyed our freaking culture. Right now, it's out of control. You got these kids, Bomani, 16 years old, with guns, with clips, in Portsmouth, Virginia, shooting shit up. These kids are 14, 15-year-old kids dropping dead like flies. Making rap videos about it, shooting each other, killing each other, thing. And you're going to tell me this is normal? How did the culture get to that? That's what America wants. America knows as long as we have violence and crime and all stuff like that, we have division among our people and everything like that, they can keep us under control. That's why they put this stuff out there on the airways and everything. Kill this nigga, kill this motherfucker. It ain't about fight the power. It ain't about black man, black woman, my child. That's not going into the subconscious. A real black man will say, Kala, you know what I'm saying? I agree with you 100%. Fake black men will sit there and say, Kala, I just think you're exaggerating. And you look at our culture. I talked to several people, DJs and stuff like that, in DeVille Radio that I'm a part of and everything. They say, yeah, it's just a travesty what we're going through right now. They never see anything like this in their life. Cities like Gary, Indiana, from Detroit and everything like that, the crime and the death and it's like a love of death. It's not even about drugs anymore. It's about a love of death and destruction. So this is what we're talking about tonight. In reference to your thoughts about factors of community structure, what are the reasons the rap culture wants to spear? Well, the bottom line is this. When they came in and the rap had a good run from 79 till about, I would say, about 1989, 90. You know, once white people figured out that white people buying this stuff and it can be monetized on a large scale, that was it. That was it. That was it. Well, as soon as they figured that shit out, man, it changed. It lasted a good another decade to the 90s. You know, saying, Nat Measy here defending the white man. Stop blaming the white man, you know. Well, let me ask you a question, Nat. Who ultimately is putting the guns in the community? This ain't us. Who makes these guns? Who pumps them into the community? You sure the hell ain't us. I'm not selling nobody no guns. I saw this thing where they said, I don't know how true the story is. They said in Chicago, there was this train that came that was stopped. It was Los Angeles too, right? And it would just stop in the middle of South Central Los Angeles, right? And there was a crate full of guns. They don't know where it came from, right? And the people basically, before that, the Bloods and Crips would fight with their hands and everything. And next thing you know, everybody's carrying gats. And that's what started all. They said once somebody got shot, right, another person started shooting it. And it's been like that ever since. Those neighborhoods used to be peaceful communities. Compton, South Central, Inglewood, and all that used to be peaceful communities. But once the guns came in, all bets are off. The same thing with fighting. What happened in West Africa, right? When the Europeans were dumping guns on the coast of West Africa, that's what spiraled the slave trade out of control. The importation of guns. If any one of these countries right now, like that, like all these countries like to say, well, Nigeria has a low crime rate. Well, let somebody dump a bunch of guns. One thing Africa is good about is stopping the influx of guns. Can you imagine millions of guns flooding into Lagos right now? What would happen?
Yeah. I mean, Carla, great point, man. Great point on, and that's what we're talking about, the Afrikstan analysis. People are quick to say it's us, but then if it's us, then what aspect of the system get blamed for all the foundation of what it puts in place for self-destruction?
Yeah, well, there's nothing like I said. The powers that be, us, and the powers that be, right? We're just basically like this because I asked my brother today, right? I said, look, all the boys we know in this area right here. Imagine if we had control over the police force, and they were like, oh yeah, he said we could go down there in Portsmouth and we mop up. I used to have all my guys I used to do club security with and everything. If motherfuckers had guns and bulletproof vests and we had checkpoints and everything like that, we clean those neighborhoods up overnight. But you see these white people out there, they don't care. Cop pulls up when I said, where are the U.S. Marshals? Guns are like that because they don't care. Because if you look at where the crime is happening, it's happening area where there's no white people at. That area of Portsmouth of Effingham, where that one project out there, I forgot the name of it, right? Off of Fredericks Boulevard, right? And Effingham, that area right there, and all that whole Portsmouth Boulevard, right? That whole area right there is a war zone. But you go down near Craddock and everything like that, where the middle class and everything's like living, there's no crime. But in Churchland, that's like a middle class black suburb of Portsmouth, right? They said one of the stuff spilled out into Churchland, and this one kid was shot in a car, and he hit an ambulance. So people are like, man, everything's going crazy. But the thing is, we have so many cops, right? And the cops and the police are not doing anything. They're not doing anything because the police are scared their damn self. So they're doing this stuff their damn self. They're scared of their damn self. So I'm saying to myself, right, and you ask the people, what can you do, right? The district attorneys, they're politicized, right? Oh, we can't lock people up because we're contributing to mass incarceration. So the average person in the communities live like hostages. And you know what the sad part about this? You got more and more people in those areas, right, who are moving out here to Virginia Beach and Chesapeake right here, who can't really afford to live out here, right, because they're tired of the crime. So people are moving and living beyond their means, right, Instead of having those neighborhoods being safe, a safe place where they can raise a family and everything that's affordable for them and everything, they got to move out of the neighborhood, right, into areas, right, because they got to get away from their own people. Black people are fleeing their own people, and I'm seeing it in real time. I'm seeing more and more people that from Newport News and places like that coming out to Virginia Beach. And people know in this city, in Virginia Beach, the police don't play. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows when you come to Virginia Beach, this city right here, the police don't play. They're quick to pull you over, search you, and whatnot, and they will lock you up and throw you in jail. They don't play. They got gang units, everything like that. You know, they get you. So you would think people would be saying, "Hey, look, you know, let's stay out of Virginia." No, you got black people out there. Just let me get out there, and that's sad. That is really sad. When people, these were once nice black communities. When I first moved here to Virginia, right? I used to go out to Portsmouth. I used to go to Newport News, whatnot. These were nice communities. I used to go to the Moja Festival, Kwanzaa Festival, and everything like that. People used to have hip hop stuff and arts and gallery and everything like that. It was a beautiful culture. Over the last 10 years, right? I don't know what's going on in the media, atmosphere, and everything, but we just lost a whole generation. So this is what we're talking about. So the topic of tonight is nationhood, right? Is that the next stage? Or do we basically, what do we do about the situation? We obviously, either we or we just push massive integration into white America. If black people start moving into white towns and white cities and everything like that, give up thing, that's an option. Or we leave America and build a nation of our own. Most people don't want to do that. So, but obviously, most people are not happy in the areas that we created, that we were traditionally ahead of. And now, on top of that, in areas like Chicago, you got illegal migrants coming in, adding to the fire. And there's no slowing down of that. So I say nationhood is the only solution, not for our generation, but for the next couple of generations. That's what we have to lay the foundation for. I'm never going to live to see it. But we have to start those things, put those mechanisms in place so the future generations can have an option. Because the way things are going, unless some miracle happens, and everything, I don't see anything ever getting better in the United States. That's just the truth.
Absolutely, Colin, and that's why we have to just keep on re-breaking down the definition of nationhood, or what we mean by nationhood, and also the Afrikstan. So if you want to get into breaking it down, and
okay, my definition of an Afrikstan means African American, primarily African Diaspora state. I do believe, like IC3 finally agreed with us, said, yeah, we need that sovereign territory. I can't believe he came around. I step fast what I'm saying. You can't get nothing unless you have a sovereign territory, And so the bottom line is this: if we had that thing just as a focal point, not when you're going to go to that, the Afrikstan hasn't been decided yet, Nakmeezy. It hasn't been decided yet. Just like the Israel, like the Zionist movement, right? Remember, the Zionist movement took 5 decades before they settled on the fact that Palestine was going to be where the Zionist state was. You had some people said it was going to be in Uganda.
Exactly.
Some people said like that. They had all different types of ideas, but the idea that there should be a Jewish state somewhere was out there. That's what we're saying. There should be an African American, African diaspora state. And I do believe that the stuff we're going through right now, right? Don't have 100% proof, but I have a lot of evidence, right? That the stuff we're going through right now with the crime and everything like that is another Holocaust. Anytime you have people basically, anytime you have people living like this, let me tell you something. Let me break it down. Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Civilization. Okay, civilization. And I alluded to this, I think the last show, whatever like that, before we had that white supremacy goofball on the show, and I was trying to get around to it. And then we had Navigate Loosely on and everything like that. And I couldn't really get around to what I was talking about, right? In a civilized situation, right? A civilization, let me tell you how civilization works, right? In a civilized situation, right? People of adverse religions, ideologies, and politics can coexist because they operate on a higher level. They're not on that base level. When people can't get along, right, just basically on ethnicity and stuff like that, they're not civilized. It's a call of proof what you're talking about. People don't know. Do you know there's Jewish communities in Iran for hundreds of years? There's Jewish communities in Morocco. There's Jewish communities in Algeria. There's Jewish communities in Egypt. There's Jewish communities in Libya. Now, you would think Jews and Arabs don't get along. There's Jewish communities in Jordan. So what I'm saying is this, though. When people are civilized, they get to get along, even if they don't like each other. They understand each other. There's a certain cohesion, a certain way of people dealing with each other on a different level. Their humanity, their higher level, their better angels come out. And it's not always perfect. Sometimes tensions flare up. But for the most part, they can get along and coexist. Now, in America, what we see right now is Black people have gone out of their way to show that we can live with white people. We can live with Asians. But we have not shown, right, the fact that that we could get with us. Y'all had that devils on the show. Nak Meezy says, "Come on, Nak, you don't hate white people. You know you love them. Come on, Nak, stop it." A nice try though. Bottom line is this: when you people can coexist, Black people have not learned that we have to know how to coexist with each other in our differences. Right? We have differences and everything. We have to coexist. If we can basically get along with the white people and everything like that, because we've been taught by our civil rights leaders to love the white man, forgive and forget. But when somebody steps on your shoes, you want to kill them. Somebody looks at you the wrong way, you want to shoot them. We have not learned how to be civilized with each other. Now, I don't know whether that's the white man's fault or that's just us and everything like that. But I do know when I hear white people talk, they love, for example, how white people give themselves away a little bit, right? Is that I watch when they talk to Nigerian Americans, Caribbean Americans, they always try to get them to throw Black America under the bus. They always got to get them to say something slick or whatever like that. You saw that with a Fresh and Fit. You know, you're not Black America. I could deal with you and everything. So this Caribbean guy or whatever, Fresh and this Fit, whatever it is, Byron Clown, whatever. He's from Sudan, whatever like that. They'll run with that. Why? Because it appeases white people. What you do is you're tearing away the Black cohesion that we're trying to build up. In other words, Black people have to be united and have cohesion, right, to deal with their enemies, white people. Just like white people are never going to side with you over another people. That's why I don't buy this idea when these white supremacists come over here trying to convince us that they hate Jews more than they hate us. No, I'm sorry. I told them, I said, look, man, I'd rather have you hate me. I'd rather have you hate me. I want to be your enemy. I want you to hate me. Forget about the Jews. You guys enslaved me. You white Anglo-Saxons are the enemy. I don't want to hear about no Jews. I don't want to hear about all that stupid stuff. That means absolutely nothing to me. That's why I'm disappointed in my good brother, Irritated Genie. You know, I'm going to have a talk with him, you know, probably meet him, you know, when he comes to this area. I tell him, look, man, look, you cannot be sitting there talking to Dave Duke and these white supremacists. I don't care about no Jews or small hats and all that. White people are white people. You know, so the bottom line is this. In America, in the context of America, right, we understand that race matters. We didn't start this. The white man started this. He was the one who basically said, Justice Tandy said, in the Dred Scott decision, he said, we the people meant white people. So in other words, the Constitution never interpreted it originally as white. That was left up to the people to be interpreted with the amendments and everything. It was left for interpretation. Okay? So what happened was the Constitution of America is probably the shortest constitution in human history. All the constitutions go pages and pages, real detail. American Constitution is very, very brief. And it was always subject to changing times as a living document based on interpretation. Well, Justice Tandy in the 1850s opinion said Black people, right, were not defined as Americans, nor ever will. Black people are a part of an inferior race. The Black man has no right that any white man is bound to respect. That was an opinion in the Dred Scott decision. And he was the Chief Justice. Now, that opinion has never been overturned. They say, well, 13, 14, 15. No, the 13, 14 opinion, right? Opinion never said the Black man is now a human and he's part of America. All it says, those who are born in America, right? Now, if Black people are all those other people, 3/5 of people, that means the 13th, 14th Amendment is a loophole which allows the racists to basically interpret it how they want to. So in other words, we'll tell Black people, okay, you can call yourself citizens. But it's also, we'll leave it to the point where you're not a citizen because the majority of people opinion in America don't consider. So it's up to interpretation and changing times. So they say, well, if people's attitudes change. So in other words, your situation in America is up to the will and the whim of the white majority race in America. Out of which of that came after the 13th, 14th, we still had Plessy versus Ferguson. Second equal. And also there was a thing where murder, right, was not tried in federal courts. It was only tried in state courts, which left Black people completely defenseless as far as like being protected. So you have white mobs, white justice systems, everything, who had power of life and death over Black people. The federal government felt that said it had no business protecting any group of people. Said that would show favoritism. So the country basically in its origin said our job is not to protect Black people, right? And what was the protection? White mobs were frequent going to Black towns, just burning them down, killing Black men at will, raping Black women. This is what we inherited. Now that same violence and everything like that, that same hell, those same demons, right? We're now afflicting on each other. Bruder said, Colin, do you see a time and if it were U.S. might feel there heal? No. No. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, Colin, let's try to read up the full comment, or I can always read it also.
Okay, I'll read it. It says, do you see a time in the near future when U.S. whites feel that the internal political schism can be healed if African Americans were not between them geopolitically? No, I do believe white people, to tell you the truth, right? They can't imagine a world without us because part of the whole thing about being white is somebody has to be Black. Somebody has to be the butt of the joke. Somebody has to be the down, but somebody has to be the people they look down on. So that's not even in their schisms about things. White people basically don't have any idea what's going on geopolitically. They don't care. They don't care. The average white person really thinks America is a great country, nothing's wrong and everything like that. And we could just basically move on just because they basically and not to knock our basketball players and everything, and let me tell you something, right? We made a lot of progress in this country. Like I said, civilization. Let me tell you about civilization. Two groups of people that should hate each other, right, can bring billions of dollars, right, in a football game called the Super Bowl, and be partying and everything like that. There's some things about humanity is very complex, right? That I'm not saying white people and black people can't get along. If you put civilization to it, if we're trying to be civilized, white people and black people can get along in many ways. And our culture and our entertainment, it reflects that. But in the long run, right, what's the price we have to pay for that? The price that we have to pay for that is black people have to not make white people uncomfortable. We have to just shut up, be quiet, pretend like all this stuff, races, all that don't exist. And that's what black people do to survive. We don't say anything, police shootings, most black people don't care. They're just trying to go there, get their 9 to 5 work and everything like that. When there's a police shooting happen, you think people are talking about at the lunchroom? No, they're talking about the football game. Football season came just in time. What are black men and white men talking about at the bar, at the break room? They're talking about the game that's coming up. Whose team's going to win? We do that to avoid the inevitable, the confrontation about race, class, all stuff like that. Black people say, look, there's a lot of crime in our areas, killings and everything like that, right? How do you convey that to white people? They don't have to deal with that. They don't have 14, 15. Yeah, there's shootings here and there, right? Once in a while. But every day on the 6 o'clock news, right? I can pull up my phone right here. Let's see what happened today. Let me pull up my local TV app and see what happened. Let's see what crimes happened today. For example, let's see what happened. I haven't even looked at this today, right? So I won't even know. Oh wow. Mother Richard EF shooter tests positive for drug. That's that kid, 6-year-old kid, brought a gun to school, a gat to school, and shot his teacher, 6-year-old kid. Now another case, community shed light on hostile scene of shooting, photographs in Suffolk. I didn't even hear about that. Show me what look. Bottom line is, it was a Labor Day weekend. I had a good time, right, at my brother's house, whatever. And look at this. Show me what the community looks like. Event follows violent Labor Day weekend. Goddamn! But Bomani, I didn't even look at this. Labor Day was yesterday, right? One freaking day. A teen killed in Norfolk shooting. Man charged with involuntary manslaughter. They killed like a prep kid. God damn! 5 hours ago, woman dies in double shooting in Norfolk. Arrest made. Norfolk police asked for help in cold case. This is just one freaking day. 18-year-old killed in shooting on Katina Way in Newport News. This is Black America, 2023. And when people think, if you think Black life don't matter to you, what these shootings and all this stuff do is tears families and tears communities apart. You can't come back after that because somebody's gonna want revenge. That anger and stuff like that's gonna fester. But instead of having a community where we're building and everything, everybody's thinking about how they can basically be tough and how they can kill. And somewhere I think that the souls of our ancestors never going to let us have rest or refuge in this country. It might be our ancestors cursing us for trying to seek refuge in this country or whatever like that, absent justice, because we never avenge our ancestors. White people are the ones as criminals came to America that said, look, White people created the system. You know, they created America. You know, they didn't come to America. They created America. This idea. So basically what you're saying is that America, I hate when people talk like that, right? White people built this country. They built the infrastructure. They built the laws. They built the roads, the railway. Yeah, we had labor, but white people built this country for themselves. Their manifest destiny, sea to shining sea, coast to coast, was all about them. And let's not be this idea about Indians, where the Indians were complicit in a lot of this because they got special benefits. The Indians basically went along with this because the white people made a deal. We'll never take you as slaves and everything. The only people that's going to be slaves are the Africans. Collocation shed on the teeth, and what anti-Asian does to benefit Asians. I don't know. Like I said, how are you going to have an anti-Asian bill? Just the other day, I seen not too long ago, I seen an Asian old couple get beaten on. That bill didn't do anything. What is somebody going to fly in with a cape, right, and rescue them when somebody gets ready to assault another Asian? No. What is the anti-Asian bill going to do? That's all symbolic. It's tokenism. You know. Now ADOS invented everything. Says, go live in Wakanda or Akon City. He's kind of mad because they know I'm telling the truth. And anytime you tell the truth, people get mad. They get upset. You know, go live in Wakanda or Akon City. No, we got bigger plans than that. You know, and that's another ploy to discredit the nationalist movement, these Akon cities, Wakanda cities, and everything like that. We do this thing, we're going to do it right. Because it has to come from the soul of Black America. It can't be somebody just come up with this, let's do this. No. It has to come from the soul of Black America. When we get tired of this right here, this situation, even though we Black people in America, right, it's not about money. It's not about standard of living. We have the highest standard of living in the world. We have more money than any group in the world. But what you can gain the world and lose your soul. So it's not about money. Like the Jews that Israel, you think they did that because they want to get rich? No, they wanted some place of refuge. They wanted a place where they know that's theirs. If nothing else, but psychologically. And that's why I said I think even the people who go to the continent to like places like Ghana and Tanzania and everything, if they would use that just as an outlet, they're probably probably happier. It's not going to solve all your problems, right? But just going to the continent, getting away and stuff like that, getting out of that and building a new reality for yourself someplace else will do that because, and then, like I said, let me give you an example. I see a lot of people that live on the continent, African Americans, right? And they keep up with African American current events in America. Me personally, right? When I get ready to move to the continent, right? That's it. Done. We'll focus on what I'm building over there. People will talk about the gangs, everything. I said, why don't you guys? So it tells me that you're still part of Black America, even if you're living in Africa. You're still concerned about your people. You haven't become a Ghanaian yet. You know, you haven't become a South African yet. You can never do that. You can never forget who you are. No matter where you are. Well, I see people all the time. Black people that live in Australia and everything like that, they keep up with current events in Black. This is your home. This is who we are. This is who we are. And we can't turn our back on the inner cities. I don't know what the solution is. But all I know is there needs to be another reality. And the other reality can't be millions of us moving into white suburbs and everything, and which is going to increase neo-Nazis and a white backlash and put us at their mercy. The solution has to be long-term nationhood. I don't know what can we do with the inner city. You know, as soon as you start saying, so let's do martial law and check right away, the same Black people who are suffering will come out and like Stockholm syndrome. They'll come out, start defend. Oh man, you all doing it, y'all racist. Well, you're getting killed today. Yeah, but well, we know that, but you know, y'all still make it seem like we're a bunch of criminals. No, we're trying to kill the criminal element of your community. And then what happens is they give so much pushback and everything like that that even community activists take their hands off. So there's nothing you can do. On the radio, what they're hearing is not the songs of revolution. You know, they're not hearing like Africa Unite. What's that song, Bomani? Africa Unite. Not hearing songs like that all day, you know. Not hearing Peter Tosh, not hearing all this stuff like that. They're hearing stuff about death, destruction, Molly, Percocets, and guns and gats and WAP, wet ass pussy, and everything. If you have that as your culture, when that, you know, there's no coming back from that. You know who said that? Sinbad. Sinbad said, "We've gone so far down. I don't think there's anything that we can come back from that." Black America went through waves before and everything like that during the heroin epidemic and stuff like that back in the 60s. We bounced back in the 80s. But this time, I don't think we can come back from this. When the glorification of death and murder, that's gone. That's a sign of decivilization. That's when a group of people are gone. And I'll say, well, you give me another example of history in Kala. Well, I would say right around the time of let's say the Taiping Rebellion in China. They said the century of humiliation in China. And right before when the communists were taking over everything, China was called the sick man of Asia. It was so sick that you needed a revolution, a re-education. What did Mao Zedong did? And I'm not a communist, nothing like that, right? He said, what we have to have is a cultural revolution. Because after they overthrew the Qing dynasty, right? It's like, now what? Right? It was like, now what? China's civilization was destroyed. People were on heroin, on opium. You know, all kinds of prostitution, all like that. People were basically filthy. The culture was completely degenerated, you know. A lot of arts and science, everything that made China great was lost. Same thing happened in Europe during the Dark Ages. We're living right now in our Dark Ages. And then the West wanted Chiang Kai-shek to win. So when China does pull itself out of the Dark Age, right, they can give capitalism and all the stuff like that Chiang Kai-shek supposed, but he was a dictator, but the West, you know, favored him. They can say, oh, look, China's this capitalist country and everything. And then when Chiang Kai-shek lost and went to Taiwan, Taiwan is what we recognize as China. And the United States made sure that we made Taiwan a success so we could say, look at how capitalism and Western civilization works. And until Nixon opened up relations with China, you know, AI generated, you know, y'all a bunch of racist. I don't really feel like these people tonight, Bomani.
Yeah, Carla. Let me. I'm not here with the foolishness, man.
Not tonight.
What we well, not ever really, but you know what we did the time that when we did the situation, it was based on those topics and the situation.
Yeah, this ain't your topic.
That's not what we do because, and then that was strictly to prove to people why we can't do that and why we can't deal with these folks because not one of them was able to articulate and have a competitive conversation.
Y'all idiots.
I mean, and if you're gonna be playing around as a troll and things, I don't have time to play with you. And if every single other word out your mouth is filthy, dirty, disgusting language, that's not what we're about. So the good thing about it, the last video that we did, that video is just, I don't know who's sharing the video, but it's just going up and going up. So
it's going viral.
I guess well, it's the title. About white America being in serious decline. They're denying the situation, but throughout that entire video, when based on the film and based on also our discussion, we proved the situation. So the other part of it was, where do we go from here as a people? What's the future of us as a people? So that's what we're here to continue on to today. And we're talking about nationhood and and us maintaining order. Because if you're a hardworking brother or sister in a community, why do you need to for your community to be run over by craziness? Why do you have to worry at night about if something going to happen to you and things like that? So all of this proved that we just, we need to build what we need to build. So we just reaching out to people and say, hey, you already know what time it is already. Let's do this.
Yeah, like I said, I gave a perfect example, right? China went through its cultural revolution, right? They said we champion. They got rid of they kept some things of Confucianism and stuff like that, right? But they said modern medicine, modern science, modern industry. And Mao Zedong still failed, right? But he kept on with that, right? We need a cultural revolution, right? We need to change a thing. And how was he able to do that, right? Let me tell you something, right? And a lot of people are not going to like what I'm about to say, right? He said the first thing to do was we have to remove all these white people out of China. He said the British and enclaves in Shanghai and everything like that, we have to get rid of them. We have to get rid of all these white people. Get the hell out. If you're not Chinese, get the hell out. He said, if you don't get out, we're going to deal with you, right? And all the, the British for years tried to get their properties back in Shanghai. They never could. And they had this set up their little enclaves and everything like that, houses, everything. They set up their own system in China. They lived like kings. Mao Zedong, they got rid of all that shit. Took their factories, took everything. Say, you guys got to get out. Why can we don't need you here. Because as long as you're here, we're never going to figure things out among ourselves. Now, they said that just by having a white enclave inside the country. We basically saying that we can never get together because we're inside of a white country. You see the situation we're in? We're in a white country. We're surrounded by these people. And all of us people who are nationalists saying that we're only going to be like that until we have a place where we can straighten. Like he says, the Chinese people can straighten their problems out. If China man, we can fight it out. We can talk about everything. But as soon as you got one China man going to the Japanese, going to the Europeans, going to the Americans, everything, that's what the problem is. So he said, get all these people after the war. He said, y'all got to get the fuck out. Now, all these millions of Chinese, let's talk our differences out. Because it's all about China. If you're not Chinese, get the hell out. And so therefore, he said, we're going to take what we want from the West, take the science, everything like that, and build China up. He said it's going to be a long road, but they did it. Now China is the second largest economy in the world. Now, what did the black man do in South Africa, right? He didn't tell the white man, you know something? Y'all got to go. Because we want to unite the Xhosas, all these black people into one black nation. You got the whites there doing their own thing. Namibia. How can you call yourself a nation when a certain amount of white people own all the national parks, the landmines, the diamond mines, everything like this? You cannot have a nation and you have another foreign race to be. Nations need to be homogeneous. If you're not living in a situation where you're homogeneous, you don't have a nation. And also, people say, what does that have to do with this collar, right? The problems people ask us to solve, right, is a problem of nationhood. They said black men should protect black women. That's what a nation does. If we had our own nation and government and everything, we have laws and everything in place so a woman could feel protected. For example, in South Korea, India, a couple of years ago, right? The Indian women complained that they were getting sexually harassed on trains. In South Korea too. So what they did was the men of the ruling men said, we're going to have separate cars for men and women to protect the women. They didn't say, you know something, forget the women. They said they was their responsibility to protect their sisters in the country. So they said, made strict laws. If a woman's in a car, in the train car, that's for women. If you go in there and everything like that, leave the women alone. That's what happens when you have a nation. You could take those measures to protect your people and provide for your people. All the stuff people talk about, we need jobs. You can't build any industries. What people always say, oh, black people, we don't have any means of building industries. The white man wanted to build Las Vegas, right? He has a means to do that. We don't have any means to build a city like Las Vegas, America. That's something only a white man could do. You want to build your Las Vegas, you have to have a nation of your own. Now, don't mean you can't be go there and act like Sammy Davis Jr. and sing there and everything, or Red Fox. Say, yeah, Red Fox played in Las Vegas. Yeah, but Red Fox and all them Sammy Davis Jr. Oh, they made it in Las Vegas, the white man's world and everything. It still wasn't their world. And we've been giving ourselves credit for just basically trying to make it in the white man's world. And the bottom's dropping out on us. We can't do that anymore. We cannot look at the white man's world as our savior anymore. Because like I said the other night, the white world is declining. If his world's declining, right, what are we going to fall back on? And I know it's hard for people to talk about this because nationhood and stuff like that scares people. Scares me. The idea that, something that we're really about saving our race, we got to basically do our own thing. At least develop the mind to do it. What are we going to be in 100 years from now? As a thing. You look at our communities, right? Everybody, there's lawlessness all over the place. Kids are going around smashing, grabbing, robbing. There's no morals. There's no anything going on like this. You think this is sustainable? This is okay? No. Abdul says, I'm definitely going to relocate to Black Africa. Well, everybody wants to relocate Black Africa, So the bottom line is this. Nationhood is the answer. And when we talk about the Afrikstan, we talk about a nation state. A republic or a nation state. That's the only way. That's the only future we have. And with that, the black people in America could have a place to invest in. A place to invest your 401k, your pension funds and everything. We can fund this thing easily. We can invest in the stocks as bonds, buy as bonds up one night. We could put the cities that we control, we could buy up the securities and the bonds, the treasury bonds and stuff like that. There's all 1,000 different ways of building this thing. We just have to have the mind to do it. And we say, well, Kyle, we go. I look at the way what other countries did. I look what other countries did. They took hard choices. They were determined to be free. They were determined to have something for themselves. They get some sort of pride when they have their own flag, their own nation, and their own history and their own culture together. And they come together on unity and love. And that's what it really comes down to, love. Now, we don't love ourselves and like the white man taught us to hate ourselves and everything. And then you're never going to rise up against them. You're always going to be a slave. And the bottom line, us killing each other every day and tearing our communities and families apart and everything like that, you're always going to be weak. You're always going to be his slaves in America. You're always going to be at his mercy. And that's the way they want it. That's America for you. Now, if you're cool with that, that's fine.
Yes, Carla, you ready for some guests, brother?
Let's see. Yeah, give me 1 second. Kyle, some of the people think portions of the $1 trillion spending. No, I don't think. See, you gotta say something. When people say spending, right? That's consumption spending. Black America has a lot of spending as far as like life insurance policies, right? Annuities, 401ks. Black people, they said black people's home ownership equity in homes, right, was undervalued by $350 billion. That means there's like at least $1 trillion worth of equity and credit in black home ownership. It's not just spending power, What I'm talking about is this: black people are late to do the investment thing. More and more of us are buying cryptocurrency. That's a good sign. More of us are buying, getting into investment. I heard DJ Envy, that thing he did with the Puerto Ricans was a Ponzi scheme, you know, and he's on the hook for that shit. You know, I thought that didn't sound right. You know, they're buying some properties, whatever like that, and he got people's money, everything. So you gotta look out. Then you got the Jay Morrison thing, you know. So we have all these people like that. Yeah, black people have money, you know, but it's not concentrated. What we have to have is a sovereign wealth fund, you know, the sovereign wealth, and we have to have black people investing in stocks and bonds and everything. We could start by black people basically getting involved in buying stocks. You should have a stock portfolio, you know, whether it's Robinhood app or whatever like that. Learn how to do these things, you know. Learn how to do these things, and once we have that sort of history, right, you can sit on your laptop and Lee Kuan Yew had a brilliant idea. Any country that wanted to invest in Singapore, right? They bought stock in. Let's say IBM want the thing. They bought like so many million shares of IBM stock, right? And then when IBM got these contract, the stock went up. So they benefited. Now, some people in America will say, man, that's controlled economy. We can't do like what America does. That's cheating and all stuff like that. He didn't care. He had a National Development Corporation of Singapore. Almost every major corporation, they had a stake in it. Or you didn't do work in Singapore. As simple as that. With that, I'm waiting for. I'll take some calls.
Yeah, no one is on or anything. I just posted the link. I was just saying if you're open, and so, and if you have a video, I can play it.
Let's
all good. One video I can always play is got another excellent video on Singapore.
Yeah, play that.
So
I notice how everybody now is playing videos on their streams. You know, I'm like, where did they get that from? You know.
Yes, brother. Yes. All right. Let me get your comment. Last comment. All right. This is a little different, but here we go.
You hear about those Silicon Valley who secretly bought up 50,000 acres, planning a secret city. Hey, look, like I said, man, right? I do not care what they do, right? I wish somebody was telling me. You hear about those secret Negro billionaires and somebody buying up and like, I hope I was going to hear that, right? People are doing all kinds of stuff all over the world. We don't know what's going on with that Maui situation in Hawaii. People are doing all. The world's making moves, right? Now, the bottom line is this: where's our secret city? Where's our Afrikstan? Where's our stuff like this? That's what I want to hear about. You know, probably are buying building a city. Who knows? You know, but how does that benefit us? We can't keep being spectators forever. You know, Worldview said, "Damn, Brian loves to hear Kyle talk." Kyle, I know you love to hear himself talk all day. Yeah, I love to hear myself talk. Yeah, I do. You know, I talk in my sleep, you know.
Where do these people come from? Let me see the other comment. You got fans earlier. Not me to post some comments. I was trying not to get you distracted about it. Here we go. There we go. This is comment. Yeah. Unmute yourself.
Oh yeah, I wish I was in the Afrikstan right now. I dream about it all the time. You know, but the bottom line is till it's there. You know, I'll probably be like Theodore Herzl, right? I'll probably be gone before the Afrikstan is a reality, you know? I'll probably be gone, but I'm laying the foundation, you know? There's an old saying that says a man who basically plants a tree knowing that he's not going to benefit from a shade is a man that's on the first path to enlightenment, you know? In other words, basically, I'm not going to benefit from the Afrikstan, but I'm planting the seeds for it, you know? So that's what I'm here for. That's why I spend all these times, because I know this is what I was calling. This is what my life was calling to do, you know?
Let me see if I see any other interesting one. Brody, you send a lot of comments. How about you take out that debit card and send us some super donation? Let's play this one. All right, this one is titled "How Does Singapore Economy Outperform Other Asian Economies?" So this is always a good one because it's a very small country compared to all the giants that's in Asia. And then we'll get right back with your family with the Afrikstan analysis, and flow with us. All right, so Kali, you want to say anything about this video before you we start?
Yeah, Singapore was blessed by its geographical location. You know, if you look at Singapore, right, it straddles the Indian and the Pacific Ocean, right? It has Hong Kong to the north, the Philippines to the south, right? So basically, it was a trading center and logistics center for Southeast Asia. So it took advantage of the fact that Vietnam was at war, the Philippines was still developing, and Japan was still recovering from World War II, and same thing with South Korea. And so Singapore was a place where if you want to do business in Asia, you could set up office, set up a logistic office. So that's where it benefited, Singapore, its geographical location. So with 300 square miles, right, its economy is now the highest GDP per capita in the world. And that's business. It has no natural resource, everything. So this idea that we need natural resources and all stuff like this, is a farce. What you need is people, and you educate people. I like the fact that Singapore is going to tell you that they basically had a savings point where everybody had to do. That's what you could do when you're nationhood. You can make the decisions that everybody, when they work, have to basically pay into a national savings account, an investment for their future. Imagine that. See, these are things that these are hard things that you have to do when you're serious about nationhood. And this one video about Singapore that I'm gonna try to find that I want you to play. Right? Lee Kuan Yew said nationhood was assuming nationhood. They said the British were like redundant and everything. Same thing the Israelis did, right? When the British pulled out of the Palestine, right? The Jews said, "Okay, since you're not going to protect us, we got to do it for ourselves." Sometimes that's hard for people to do. They're like, "Oh, wow, you got to establish your authority, your legitimacy." And so that's what Israel did. That's what Singapore did. They said, okay, they just start taking over the police departments and start doing different parades and different marches and different flag things and everything. And so basically, they assume nationhood. Black people in the West, we have not assumed the mantle of nationhood. We have not assumed the fact that, yes, we need to have a territorial land of our own, a government. We should have a government exile right now. We should be forming governmental bodies and everything like that in the United States and the Caribbean. What would this Afrikstan state look like? And everything, forming all these things. We should be having design teams. What would that's what we create this social network, the Black African Social Network for. We want those people that have those ideas about what a future nation in Africa, a futuristic nation in Africa will look like. And that's what we're talking about, and say, well, okay, look, Everything starts with a few people saying, this is what we want to do. You think all great movements because they had thousands of people behind it? No, it all starts with a group of people like Jesus and the disciples, right? Yeah, next thing you know, 12 disciples. What next to Christianity is the biggest religion in the world. It starts with a few people that are determined to do something, and it spreads. You know, it's not going to be somebody coming down tomorrow, and nationhood and the masses are. No, it has to do people that are serious about this thing have to start getting together and building. So,
yes, brother Colin, appreciate the breakdown. So, family, let's get into our video of the day.
This is Singapore, the gateway to Asia. It ranked first in economic freedom, labor force quality, and lack of future political risks. It has the second highest per capita GDP in the world, and Singapore is the fourth least corrupted country. Facts like this have had a considerable impact on thinking about the economic development of Singapore. These two photos tell a lot about Singapore's economy. In the left photo, we can see the mouth of the Singapore River and the city's general post office on the right. Now, the post office is the Fullerton Hotel, and many skyscrapers accommodate one of the world's top financial hubs. We can also see theaters on the bay, Esplanade. The tiny city-state and island nation, less than half the size of London, is currently home to a proud global business hub. It has achieved so much in its short solo history as it marks 57 years since gaining full independence from Malaysia on August 9, 1965. In the 18th century, the Dutch Empire and British Empire were close economic rivals. Colonization enabled both parties to gain vast control of resources from civilizations whose economies were not as advanced. A British colonial official, Stamford Raffles, had been searching for a new settlement that could be used as an outpost of the British Empire. He left Calcutta and set out to explore much of Southeast Asia. When Raffles arrived in Singapore, he met Temenggong Abdul Rahman to negotiate for a British trading post to be established on the island. In 1819, Raffles signed an official treaty with Sultan Hussein and the Temenggong and successfully arranged for the territory to be incorporated into the British Empire as a trading post. To compete with other ports under the control of the Dutch, Raffles established the settlement as a free port, which gave Singapore its strategic geographical location. There were three major trade networks in Southeast Asia at the time. The Chinese network connected Southeast Asia to southern Chinese ports of Fujian and Guangdong. The Southeast Asian network connected Indonesian islands, and the European and Indian Ocean network connected Singapore to European and Indian Ocean markets. By the 1830s, Singapore had become the center of English country trade and overtaken Batavia, a port of Indonesia now called Jakarta, as the center for Chinese junk trade. Because Southeast Asian traders prefer Singapore's free port to other major regional ports with complicated restrictions. Between 1824 and 1879, Singapore's port trade volume rose from $11 million to $105 million. But the most significant increase seen between 1869 and 1879 due to the opening of the Suez Canal connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. This allowed for a decrease in travel time, which resulted in a rise in trade volume. The city-state of Singapore became the administrative capital of British Malaya. Roads and railways were developed to transport primary materials such as crude oil, rubber, and tin from the Malay Peninsula to Singapore. Then these products were shipped to Britain and other international markets. All the raw materials, profits, and resources in this colonial era went to Britain. In World War II, Singapore's infrastructure had been destroyed, including those needed to supply utilities. A food shortage led to malnutrition, disease, and rampant crime and violence. So, there was nothing left for the local people. As a result, the region saw social unrest, which dissolved colonial powers in the 1950s. The colonial powers sought to empower and establish a formidable local government in the aftermath of race riots. Singapore ceased to be part of the British Empire when it merged with Malaysia in 1963. After 2 years, in 1965, Singapore gained full independence, but it found itself alone with no substantial industries, no local markets, and high levels of unemployment and poverty. The only thing they had were their ports. When Lee Kuan Yew was elected, he oversaw significant economic reforms in the country. At that time, Singapore doesn't have the capital to start economic processes. So Mr. Lee adopted economic liberalism and the free market for capital flow. The needed capital came in the form of foreign direct investment. But the question remains, how did Mr. Lee attract so much FDI? First, its strategic location and natural harbor helped. Second, Singapore had free ports, with only a few revenue and protective tariffs, and no foreign exchange controls or domestic price controls, which was common in many developing countries at that time. There were also virtually no controls on private enterprise and investment. No anti-monopoly laws, no approval or licensing required of foreign or local private investments, no limitations on profit remittances and capital repatriation, and so on. So, it appears that free trade and free capital flows are seen as the foundations of Singapore's economic success. But the so-called Asian tigers, Hong Kong, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, were doing the same thing at that time. From a market perspective, these economies in the 1960s and 1970s developed through free trade by specializing in the export of labor-intensive manufactures based on comparative advantage. From a developmental state perspective, they relied heavily on the industrial policy of selective protection and subsidy to direct capital investment to particular sectors, which gave rise to almost complete multinational enterprise dominance in the manufactured export sector. Despite the same industrial policy and free market, Singapore outperformed its tiger friends. At the end of the 20th century, Singapore's per capita income was already higher than almost anywhere in Asia and overtook the United Kingdom. So, what did Singapore do differently to dramatically boost its GDP per capita? Since its political independence in 1959, the People's Action Party has been the only party to have power in Singapore. A distinctive feature of the Singapore economic model was government owns, controls, or regulates land, labor, and capital resource in their allocation. By doing this, the Singaporean government focused on the three most important aspects of social welfare: housing, medical care, and education. Most notably, Singapore's Housing Development Board has housed some 85% of the population since the 1980s, building and maintaining public housing units, which most residents own. Affordable housing helped keep wages low, while integrating industrial premises into residential housing estates provided an easily accessible supply of factory labor. Investments in public health and education increased labor productivity and skills. At the same time, a vigorous family planning campaign encouraged low fertility and significantly increased female labor force participation. The government also influences the wages and salaries of its labor in several ways. The first thing it does is control the supply of labor through visas and immigration. Second, it employs a significant number of people through the public sector and the government of Singapore Investment Corporation, which influences both labor demand and supply, as well as labor prices. Third, it is the dominant participant in the government, unions, employers, and the National Wages Council, which comes up with annual wage increase guidelines for the private sector. Fifth, it controls the labor movement and significantly influences the business sector. Social Security was provided through a central provident fund or forced savings scheme, in which employers and employees contributed mandated percentages ranging from 20% to 50% of employees' salaries to individual CPF accounts. Though intended to be retirement savings, employees could and did use these funds to purchase housing, limited medical, and educational expenses, as well as equity investments in specific blue chip. Implementing such institutional innovations enabled the Singapore government to provide high-quality public and social goods and services without running a deficit in the public sector. The majority of public sector agencies earned surpluses from user charges, and the government budget was almost always in surplus, with revenues exceeding expenditures almost every year. Singapore became a frequently invoked moniker in the international business press, even before the privatizations of the 1990s and 2000s turned monopolistic state agencies into publicly listed corporations. For example, Singapore Airlines, Neptune Orient Lines, Singapore Telecoms, Singapore Mass Rapid Transit, etc., dominating the market capitalization of the Singapore Stock Exchange. Due to the state's early ability to organize efficiently, it was able to embark on an extreme makeover of the cities with lightning speed with little political backlash. As a result of the quick delivery of good infrastructure, low inflation, fiscal balance, political stability, policy predictability, and low corruption, it became the preferred regional headquarters for multinationals over cheaper neighbors. The fact that Singapore has been politically a one-party state for 3 generations has much to do with the social and institutional support of its economic success in the 20th century. Without a doubt, Singapore's transformation from a colonial port city to an industrialized economy in the 20th century, and now a high-tech economy, parallels that of the other Asian tigers of South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Singapore is now one of the wealthiest nations in the world. According to this report, the Singapore asset management industry had assets under management of approximately $4 trillion in 2021. They are still attracting foreign companies in these new sectors by showering them with investment incentives like tax breaks, R&D and training subsidies, employment subsidies, cheap land, and unique buildings. Singapore is constantly improving its competitive advantages of location, infrastructure, logistics, legal and tax regimes, and the general business environment, all of which contribute to its popularity as a global financial center and regional headquarters for multinationals. The attraction is so high that Singapore has become a tax haven, with the ultra-wealthy owners or investors contributing to widening income and wealth in the already densely packed island city-state. Singapore is so small that it heavily depends on agrotechnology parks for agricultural production. This means Singapore imports 90% of its food supply and has a wide variety of supplier countries to achieve its food security. It is highly dependent on world markets with exports, including re-exports, accounting for over 320% of GDP. Singapore is pushing growth in many different directions, like in new high-tech, high-skill sectors, while requiring heavy dependence on specialized foreign talent. Many of Singapore's problems today are shared by other high-income developed economies, especially in their dense urban areas. These include low birth rates, higher income and wealth inequality, more expensive housing, and more extreme reliance on foreign labor. The country also ranks far below its per capita income rank in comparative rankings, which include variables such as political freedom and the Human Development Index. This is what Singapore's government has always done: look around corners on behalf of its people and plan ahead, confident enough in the infallibility of its policymaking and in the certainty of its re-election to ignore pressure groups and to scorn pandering to populism. Even its critics contend it has been successful. But times have changed. Social media have turned silent, isolated dissent into more concerted, vocal protests. The young activists are against outdated rules, such as the bans on selling chewing gum or having gay sex. And knowledge workers, among others, feel suffocated without free speech. For its next half-century to be as successful as its first, Singapore will have to loosen up.
Hey guys, Toby Mathis here, and question I get all the time is how.
Now here comes the social justice warriors bringing their LGBTQ and all that stuff in, right? Like that's so important. You ever notice that? What he said, social media, LGBTQ, political dissent, and everything like that. You know, that's a problem you got to deal with. The point what I want to talk about is this. Singapore, where we have, Singapore had to do all foreign direct investment. Black America, for the most part, and diaspora already have the U.S. dollar. And if that's concentrated in one area and everything, let's say we took Liberia as an example, right? If we had a cooperative government that's going to deal with us, right? All these countries have to spend billions of dollars on education, right? Education. If we're talking about a Pan-Africanist state, right? We could basically say, you know something, you're from Ghana. You're a doctor. You're making $500 a month, right? We do like other people do. We start doing the brain game. So far, there's not one country in Africa that has a brain game. Hakeem can attest to this, right? There's no brain game. So in other words, basically, Singapore has a game. In other words, it attracts people and it educates its people, right? It has a concentration of highly educated people, highly skilled people in one place. And it keeps doing that. The result is that its economy is growing. Singapore had to overcome different ethnicities. You had they had to do something about the Chinese language. You had the Mandarin, you had Cantonese, you had Malay, you had all this stuff. You had Indian language, Hindu, whatever culture, and you had to make every group of people feel like they were part of the society, a multiracial society. With us is we don't have to do that because basically black people are pretty much homogeneous as far as racially. So in other words, basically, if we basically take the idea of civilization, that means whatever difference that we may have, you're from the Caribbean, wherever like that, we put that to the side, right? For the greater good of building the new nation. That's the advantage we have over them. Singapore had to overcome all this stuff like different ethnicities and all stuff like that, and they did it. They showed that they can do it, that it can be done. So one thing you didn't hear is like one ethnic group feeling like they were out of power and everything. Yeah, you have some people that don't have or whatever like that, but it's not based on any particular ethnicity, and that's where a lot of the source of a lot of attentions come in. So we would be in a better position in Singapore because they had to start with absolutely nothing. I heard that Kenya, when Singapore first got its independence, it got money from Kenya. Think about that. It got money from an African country. We're coming in, right, with money and stuff like that, banks and everything like that to start up our initial. Everything starts with an initial. What's your initial revenue source? What's your initial capital? What's your initial base? We have that. And also we have people who are already educated, right? We don't have to basically take somebody who's a peasant farmer who never picked up a pen before and teach them how to read and write and everything and convince them that instead of basically sitting out on the bay doing fish, that he has to move to a factory or get a job and everything. That you didn't have to convince. You have to convince those people to give up an ancient way of life to adopt a new one. When you deal with people who already have a modern way of life, all you have to do is provide the jobs and provide the opportunity. But the thing is, though, how bad do black people in America want nationhood? Singapore they said, look, we can't have people thinking that the only thing he could do is be a street cleaner. We have to get them educated. We can't have people living in shacks. We have to move them to an apartment. You know how hard it is moving somebody that lived in a shanty and stuff like that. That's all they know, or a boat. You ever see those boats? Do they still got those in Asia? Those rickshaw boats where people live on? I've never been to Asia, but I've seen those in the old movies. How do you get those people and teach them how to live in an apartment, how to turn on lights, how to cook with a stove, how to turn on electricity? How do you get people how to write a checkbook? All those basic things you had to start from scratch to teach millions of people how to do that, right? To make a society function before you can get to a certain level. We're here in the West, the most advanced civilization the world's ever seen. That's the advantage we have. We know all this stuff. So all we have to do is just build it. We don't have to do what Singapore start from scratch, where we're bringing people from the 14th century into the 21st century and within a couple of decades. So that's our advantage. That's why when people say nation, oh, it's impossible. How is it impossible? When you got people, 99.9% of us can read and write and do most modern things. Singapore had to start with nothing. People were illiterate. How do you get people to tell you, in order for you to build a modern society, people have to have a modern way of life? We'll already start with that, Abdul Sharif says Singapore is a great example of building Africa. Yeah, you know, but we have to do that basically. We have to get people to say, yeah, this is what we want to do. And it's going to take leadership. I like the one political party system. And then they had state-owned industries at first, right? Singapore Airlines, railways, and everything. Then they gave it over to the private sector. And who they gave it to? People put in bids. I remember reading about this. Singapore has had people they have 20 different management companies that will put in bids who could manage the airlines the best. And it wasn't based on nepotism or anything like that. It was whoever was absolutely the best that could run the airlines and these strategic industries, vital strategic industries. And it was given over to the private sector. And the companies were listed on the stock exchange. The people were able to put their investment, savings, everything, invest in these companies and everything. And they own a stake in their own development, their own companies. Instead of the government owned it, it was the private sector. But like I said, this is the only way. If we're going to go forward, nationhood will answer all these problems. They say, well, how would it answer the problems, Kawa? Because nationhood, building a nation, will force us to work together. It'll force us to look past our differences and put those aside for the greater good. You think it was easy with all these people, different ideas? Singapore and Malaysia was once one country, and then they broke apart. They couldn't see eye to eye. Singapore went its way, and they thought Singapore was going to starve because they didn't have Malaysia. Now Singapore advanced way past all these countries in Asia because they took the mantle of nationhood. They knew if it stayed under Malaysia, with some of its redundancies, it would never have gotten where it is right now. So they had to break away and form their own nation. That's what ultimately we have to do. So
yes, Kala, breaking it down like you're burnt out.
yeah, I'm just basically like this. I want somebody to call in so we can have a discussion about the importance of nationhood,
Yeah,
and
you're trying to restrict it because I'm blocking a bunch of people because I don't know who I got blocked sometimes. But anybody come up with any foolishness, I'm just automatically this is like no time for it because people want to entertain you. I got the people want to entertain foolishness, and I'm telling people we're not down with that.
no, you had your fun the other night,
Exactly.
Dodge Charger one night, and we got his picture. You should put his picture up there, Dodge Charger. We got his picture.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna entertain that fool because he's listening to him and his clowns. They sitting around in the middle of the night, have nothing better to do. But what I'm doing is
about these so-called white supremacists. You know what the problem is? I see what that is. This is that I see the Proud Boy got sentenced to 22 years for conspiracy. When people start basically lumping Proud Boys, MAGA people in with neo-Nazis, that's a serious problem with me. I got a serious problem with that. I know the difference between somebody who's a conservative and stuff like that and somebody who's a Nazi. As we seen the other night, these guys have no real philosophy. All they want to do is say the N-word and be punks and be a bunch of incels and whatnot and cause trouble. That's all they are. They have no ideology. They have no philosophy. They have nothing. All they want to do is sit around and just be punks all the time and everything, and just be punks. That's all it is. There's no real goal these people have other than just being a bunch of assholes. There's traditional indigenous knowledge. Well, I want to hear about that because we're living in a modern world. We're living in a modern world. There's traditional indigenous knowledge that worked before Western. So yeah, but we're living in a world of high communication, transportation, logistics, and stuff like that. And we have to basically change. Modern does not necessarily mean Western. That's one thing the black race have never figured out. Modern and Western are two different things. You know, they're not necessary, because if you look at it, right, there's a lot of people who are Western who are backwards, you know? But modern stuff, like modern ways of doing business, modern commerce, right? Modern shipping, you know, modern logistics, modern banking, modern all stuff like that. That's the stuff we have to master, or we're going to be still at the mercy of other races. We have to compete. We produce, as a black race, we produce nothing. We have to swallow our pride like other people did. They swallow their pride and understand that we have to produce. We have to build. We have to produce. Baruti says, Collins point, what has the Liberian government said about intensity winning the country, you know? Look, he says, what has the guy said about Afrikstan? Like, the Liberian government is basically just trying
You be reading stuff and mumbling. For the people who are not watching the screen, you know, which is probably most people.
Okay. Kala, at this point, what has the Liberian government said about the Afrikstan as an entity within the country? Is Liberia supportive of the idea? Why not? Look, the bottom line is whether they're supporting or not, right? You know, we're going there, we're building, we're adding value to the country, you know? Whether Liberia will be the place we build there, we don't know. You know, that we don't know. But if we're going there saying that we have the capability of building infrastructure and transferring wealth to that land, as far as banks and stuff like that. Not just that, right? People don't understand something, right? If you have large numbers of black people who are retired, right, and that have Medicare, right, that could be transferred. Medicare is billing. A lot of times people don't travel or live overseas because they can't get health care, or health care is expensive in a developing country. Now, if you're saying that we not only can we bring insurance over there, we can also build hospital networks and doctor networks and stuff like this. You're adding value to the country. You know, that when you see GDP and everything like that, a good sector of GDP is healthcare. Healthcare, service sector. We're living in a post-industrial world, so services like medical care, right? Data and communications. Almost no data is on the African continent. Data. When's the last time you ever seen massive computer rooms, massive servers of any company on the African continent besides South Africa? And I think Ethiopia has inside the African Union building. Most of the data and everything that controls this, everything that goes on in Africa, what is done through servers and everything outside the continent. So we don't have data centers. We don't have also like this. ITC, that's what I deal with. My business is an ITC business. You know, where computers and portals and processes of information and stuff like that are done. So all we must balance technology with nature. Yeah. Technology and nature, you know, is a balance, a harmony. We need technology and we need to balance nature and the environment all together. That's why building smart cities and sustainable cities that are clean are the answer. Who's this? Immigration, Instagram. You're playing this? So let's see who this is.
Yes, I'm just trying to share another video while you're finishing answering these questions or whatever comments you're reading. I don't know. So I don't know if you're reading this one still. So Kala, you finished with the comments? Yeah, Khaled, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I'm done with the comments. I'm done.
I prefer trying to see if there's anything else. All right, now I was looking for something to share. Someone analysis had 2 videos. So if you wanted to talk on a different aspect of the the original aspect of the subject,
Yeah, but what is this guy? What is this gentleman talking about?
why Black America are the poorest people in America.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. But people say
Well,
the poor.
like I always say to you, man, it's never always for people to agree with us. It's for us to do an
Right.
analysis. And I have a white version also. The same thing they come up with. Well, certain things are a little different, but yeah. So
Let me see what he says, and I'll watch. I'll break it down.
yes, absolutely. Let me see any other comments. All right, so family, I am posting the link up. So everybody probably went to bed. There you go. The link is up. And if no one comes on, we'll just close out within an hour. But yes, you have a chance to debate Kyle. I hope you've been taking notes and let us know all the list of things that you disagree with him and things like that. 'Cause I think sometimes people like to just disagree with you just to disagree with you.
Disagree. I say the moon comes at night. No, it's not. Technically, the sun's. That's how the sun rises in the morning. The east sets in the west. No, technically, the sun rises in the west.
Serious business, brother. All right, let's take a short break here, family, and we're gonna analyze this video in reference to our subject about nationhood and Black America.
Black Americans are at the bottom of the financial spectrum. Now, this video is not about pitting one group of people against another group of people. You guys know I don't roll like that. My channel is about financial education, empowering people, all people, to be able to chase their financial freedom. But guys, I'm Black, and it's my responsibility to, sometimes I gotta make videos about tough situations and tough controversial matters. And I think this is one of them, because I get questions all the time about this, whether it be on Instagram or whether it be down in the comment box of the videos, about this financial inequality in our country, right? And so I want to give you my reasons, or the research that I've done. I want to give you some of the reasons why, up to now, I believe Black Americans are at the bottom when it comes to the financial wealth.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are tired of wasting time and money?
Country. So slavery obviously is the biggest reason, right? 1600s up to about 1865, when slavery was abolished, it was illegal for Black Americans to own property, and it was illegal to pay them wages. So you're talking about over 200 years where people were forced to work, build this country, and not be able to take ownership in property and not get paid a wage. That's significant. That is significant, because that speaks to Black Americans not being able to pass to their generations to come wealth. They didn't have any wealth at that. Prior to 1865, there was no wealth, even though Black Americans had been here for over 200 years in slavery. So that's significant, because they were not able to pass on any wealth, whereas our other counterparts at the time were able to pass on wealth. So let's fast forward to 1935, when Social Security was first introduced. 65% of Black people didn't qualify for Social Security at the time. And the reason why is because Social Security excluded farmers and domestic workers. Now, when I say farmers, I'm talking about the people who are actually farming the land, the laborers, and then domestic workers. 65% of those occupations were Black people. So when Social Security first came out in 1935, 65% of Black people didn't even qualify. Again, there's another financial inequality in our system, right? Now, that has since changed, obviously, but you got to understand back then, when you're not getting Social Security and everybody else is, again, you can't accumulate any wealth to pass on to future generations. Let's fast forward to the Jim Crow laws. Now, the Jim Crow laws were legalized racial segregation. Now, from a financial standpoint, though, that's what I want to talk about. From a financial standpoint, this is what it did to Black Americans. One, it restricted or limited or detailed the type of work Black Americans could do. That's number one. The second thing, it also kept or put a cap on the amount of money or Black Americans could get paid, right? So they were not free to just get paid whatever they wanted to get paid. No, there was a limit on what they could get paid. And then the third thing it did from a financial standpoint, it reduced their ability to actually be able to leave an employer, right? So that's what the Jim Crow laws did from a financial standpoint. There were other things that went on with the Jim Crow laws through that legalized racial segregation, but I'm not going to touch on those. What I want to touch on are the financial aspects. So again, in our financial system, financial inequality, Black Americans were not able to make the highest and best use of their talents and make money in whatever profession they wanted to make it in, at least in the South. Because the Jim Crow laws were in the South. So that's what I'm speaking about, Black Americans in the South. So again, hindered Black Americans from being able to build wealth and pass on that wealth to generations, right? Future generations. So after the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964, which abolished the Jim Crow laws, then came redlining. And redlining basically was where banks and lenders could pick and choose who they wanted to lend money to buy property, to buy a home. There were some things that were going on with redlining that basically wanted to keep Black Americans from being able to have home ownership and keep Black Americans from moving in different neighborhoods, right? You couldn't just, they wanted to eliminate Black folks from, or too many Black folks moving into a certain neighborhood. So they would do little tactics like increase the interest rate, make it harder for you to get the loan in order to buy that property, right? And it also, they valued property that Black people did own, they valued it less than they would in other neighborhoods. The Fair Housing Act of 1968 ended redlining. Now, again, though, guys, all of these laws that I just mentioned and talked about, these were all things that kept Black Americans from building wealth. Now you have a little bit of background and history on why Black folks are at the bottom of the financial totem pole. Let's talk about some things that I believe we can be doing as Black Americans to continue making strides to build more wealth and move ourselves up the financial spectrum when it comes to the wealth distribution in this country. The first thing I think we can do is take care of our money. See, I don't believe, in my opinion, we can't make money. We do. We make a lot of money. Black Americans make a lot of money, right? But I think one of the things we can do better at is being able to multiply that money, right? First of all, we got to keep it. We got to learn how to keep it. And then we got to learn how to multiply it better. And again, guys, this is just my opinion. Hey, you may feel differently about that, but I think that's one of the things we can control. Each one of us individually can control what we do with our money that we make. We can have a choice of making somebody else wealthy by buying, depreciating things, depreciating assets, buying things we won't put any money in our pocket, or we can take those dollars and buy assets, income producing assets like real estate, putting it in the stock market, starting a business, right? Those are some of the things we can do as a community to make sure we're
AI is going to be replacing over 300 million
care of our money. That's the number one thing we got to continue doing. I'm not saying we're not doing, I just think we got to continue doing that and get better at it. I also think the second thing we can do is start supporting one another when it comes to our businesses. And I'm guilty of that too, guys. I got to do a better job myself of supporting Black-owned businesses, right? If I'm in the market to buy a nice car, I'm going to start looking for Black-owned dealerships, car dealerships, anywhere around the country I can find them. And I'm going to start trying to give them some of my business as well, right? That's what we got to start doing as a community. We got to start supporting each other's businesses, right? And start building our community up one individual at a time. And I think we can do that, like I said, if we support one another. I'm not saying go out and buy an inferior product just because, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying go out and actively try and support Black-owned businesses in order to make sure we're keeping some of this money that we're making and spending on products and services, we're keeping some of it in our own communities to help lift our entire community so that we can get ourselves from the bottom of this financial wealth spectrum in our country. And then I think the third thing we can do, guys, is just continue to invest. Continue to invest in assets that build wealth. Continue to invest in assets that create passive income, right? And then pass on that wealth to our generations to come. Those are the three things I think we got to do, guys. We got to take care of the money that we're making. We got to support each other through buying products and services from Black-owned businesses when we can. And then number three, we got to just invest in assets that build wealth and assets that create passive income. I just wanted to give you my 2 cents on why I believe Black Americans are at the bottom of the financial spectrum when it comes to wealth distribution in this country. Drop me some comments and let me know what you think. Again, this video is not about blaming anybody for nothing. What it is about is educating myself and hopefully others on why we find ourselves where we are today. But more importantly, how do we change it? How do we get out of it? And again, guys, I'm no scholar. I'm no expert on this. I'm just a guy who
Yes, as we're talking about nation building and building Afrikstan, they want to play something financial. So there you go.
Yeah. So my whole thing is, he said a whole lot, but what he misrepresented something. He said redlining. Redlining was created before the Civil Rights Act, and then it was outlawed, and then with that Fair Housing Act of 1968, redlining was gone. Redlining was done post World War. like in the 1930s, when they was building these new communities, right? They would just say, we're not going to invest in this area right here as black, as far as like giving loans. Black people lived in those areas, right? But they did not own the prop houses, right? So the red line was like saying, no, okay, the banks, you can't put there, or you can't get federal back. Your loan will be at risk. That was the redlining was for, right? When the federal government came in and said, got rid of that rule of redlining, right? Then banks still, they could either don't do it or don't do it, but it wasn't no red line. Red line specifically said, if you invest you're over here, that we're not going to back your, it's not going to be insured. Your loan, mortgage, and everything won't be insured. And they targeted black areas for redlining. That lasted up into the 1960s. And in the 1960s, there was an exploding of black home ownership, and that created a little, in the late 50s and 60s. In some areas, they didn't have redlining, right? Black people were able to buy homes and everything. In the 1960s, right, we had this thing, we had Freedom Bank out of Harlem, started by Jackie Robinson. And that's how my grandparents got there. First of all, there were people, basically, if you could put like 10% down on a house, you could buy a house. And white people were moving out to places like Levittown and everything. And then whole areas of Queens went from white to black. And black people were getting all these kind of loans because their redlining laws weren't there. Now those loans were particular because these were black people who were buying homes from white people. So this guy misunderstood. That did not happen. The redlining was basically not giving loans to existing black communities, right, to develop them. That's why you have in places like Queens, where you got rows and sections of black people that own homes, right? And you got parts of Brooklyn who never got that because those black people were there. They never got loans to fix up their own properties and everything, or buy the properties that were in the area. The black people, the neighborhoods you see, the successful black neighborhoods for the most part were formerly white communities, right? And well, how did they get the loans white? Because white people wanted to sell their homes so they could move out to the suburbs, white flight. If white people cannot move out to the suburbs unless they sell the home to black people, right? So he was misinformed about that. Black people had no problem getting homes, right? So long as you were buying homes in areas where white people were leaving. Okay, the redlining was for majority black areas, so they couldn't get loans to fix up the properties, have houses, buy the houses, and fix up that they were living in. But in New York and places like that, where you had a lot of white flight, with white people moving out to the suburbs and black people moving in, there was plenty of opportunity for that because the white people need the money they sell their house from black people, right, to move out to the new white suburbs like Levittown and all these planned communities that they were developing big at the time. And also, how can we talk about generational wealth and we're not talking about building families anymore? And this is not just a black community, right? They said the average white female, right? There was this one video going on viral. This white girl was 30 years old. She's almost 39 years old. Said, I don't have no kids. I don't have a husband. I don't have nothing. I do my job, do what I want, and I'm absolutely free. I don't have to deal with a kid. And so the question is, people asking is, women on the whole are not marrying and don't want to marry at a young age and have kids anymore. It's not just black kids, right? So how can you build wealth? The idea of generational wealth is you're going to get married, have a house, right? Time in the 50s, 60s, you sell the house to your kids, whatever like that. You pay for your college kids. If the society on the whole are not building families anymore, generational wealth is not possible. And in the black community, marriage is at an all-time low. So that's the problem right there. You can have all the wealth we want, but if you're not building a legacy of building families or have a will and stuff like that, the generational wealth. So these all antiquated ideas of trying to build something in America is not going to work. Now, I said nationhood is the only way. Why? Because that will force us to build things for ourselves. America has made it too comfortable for black people. A black woman could go out there and get a job. She don't need a husband. She don't need a husband. There's no need to build a family. There's a lot of women raising kids by themselves. There's men raising kids by themselves. There's men paying child support and everything. So the family structure, and also you know how you solve Black America's problems right here? If the woman, right, and the man that got kids together, he has a house paying $1,500 a month for rent or whatever. She has a house paying $1,500 a month for rent and everything, right? He has to not only pay for his house, but subsidize her house for her kids with child support and everything. If they all lived in one house and everything, the combined income of the household would go up or triple overnight. That was the problem solved. So if you got so many females that are female-led household and men having their own households and everything like that, and you're not building families, you can talk, you can have all the stuff you want. It's not going to solve anything. When you talk about the Indians and everything, like Indians and all these other people are married. The average Indian guy, I talked to the guy today, I was telling you about today, his brother's getting married at the age of 23. They're a beautiful Indian girl, Arab girl. All these other groups of people are doing the basic things, marriage and building families at a young age. So they don't have the same problems that Black America's problem is that we're mirroring white people. White people aren't marrying right now. Black America's not married right now. It's a culture. It's a culture. So think about, we don't have wealth. You don't have wealth because you're not building families. You're not building families. You're not building all those families is a basic institution of a nation. Without the family structure, you don't have a nation. You don't have families build communities. Communities build nations. And how can you have a community where, like I said earlier in the show, people are trying to get out of Black areas? How can you talk about loans and redlining and everything when you can't, if the property value is so bad in the area because of the crime and everything? When people look at, when your house have a resale value, right? A lot of Black homes, right, have no equity in it because the house has no resale value. They have no resale value because nobody wants to live in that neighborhood. Now, only thing that changes that is that when white people decide to move into a Black area, right, in numbers, right, the property values go up. Why? Because people feel that the neighborhood will come back and be stabilized and like that again. So the only way to fix Black America, he don't tell you that, is you got to bring more white people into the neighborhood. More white people mean more police, more resources, better schools, everything like this. So this is the future of Black America. If you want to build Black communities, you got to make it diverse. You got to bring whites, Arabs, and all these other people in and everything. And then when that happens and everything, then banks will come in, services will be better, and everything like this. That's the future of Black America. The Black community that people think they're going to build inside the borders of America no longer exists. You got whole sections of Detroit completely empty. Gary, Indiana, completely empty. Now, the only thing that's going to save Gary, Indiana is, eventually they're going to have to bring these Mexicans there. Same thing they did with in Crenshaw and all these places, Inglewood, now all Hispanic. It wasn't planning to build families and everything. We let the gangs and everybody terrorize our community. So we moved the hell out because we're trying to get away. And these other groups of people come in and the rest is history. Yeah, Black man, it's all about us. Instead of saying, something, we got a nice community here. We're going to do everything we can to protect our community. Let it don't go down. Because why? Because I don't want my property. White people will protect their property values. If you're in their neighborhood and you have a house that's sitting there and they're not cutting the grass, guess what? You get a notice on your door. Why? Because they don't want their property values to go down. We'll sit there and we'll let one house turn into a trap house, and we'll let gangs and everything like that. And next thing you know, when people start selling their properties, if 60% of people are trying to sell their houses and move out and everything, and you got nobody want to move in, what do you think is going to happen to the community? It's going to go down. It's going to die. You can't have a situation where everybody's trying to bum rush the suburbs. So all the so-called talk about building wealth means nothing until we change the culture and the context of what we're living in. Now, I'm saying that since I know black people are never going to do that, right? Let's just take our time and invest in particular African countries to build for future. Let's build communities overseas. You know, let's go someplace else. Don't necessarily have to be, it should be Africa, but it could be any place else. Let's build someplace where we could start all over again, build families again.
All right, so this is the next video you had up, but continue. I'll just getting it ready while you're talking.
Yeah, so this is about Malaysia. It's about assuming nationhood. Can you imagine Lee Kuan Yew, a young man, right? And with all the odds, man, I think I would have been like, yo, British, please come back and colonize us. You saw what they were up against? They had nothing. You know, I would be like, oh man, god damn, man, we got nothing. We're in the middle of nowhere and everything. Let's just give it up. But they stood fast and they succeeded from Malaysia, and next thing you know, broke away from Malaysia. And next thing you know, history made. People forgot that Singapore was once part of Malaysia, you know? Because you look at Singapore compared to Malaysia right now. But it shows you when people determine nothing beats nationhood. Nothing. Nothing in the world. You can't show me any other thing that beats the idea of a group of people determined to be a nation. I have yet to see nationhood fail. Do you know any incidents, Bomani, where people determined to be a nation don't eventually succeed?
No, they just make it work.
You know, the bottom line is a black man in America has never even tried. We tried with Liberia, but people will fight us on that. No, we don't need Liberia or not. But Liberia was the best. That was the answer to Black America's problems. That was the answer to Liberia. Was the answer to the riddle. You know, what do we do in America? Liberia was right there all the time. Was the answer to the riddle. Build a nation of your own. Had we put that same Lee Kuan Yew type energy into Liberia or not? You know what Liberia right now? Liberia would be Singapore. Would be Singapore right now. Liberia would be the state of Israel right now. But people told us, oh, we could build right here. Now look what the same communities that they told us that they were black people so arrogantly thought that they had it made in the 60s and 70s. Oh, we don't need to leave America. We got it made. Now look at it. Every last single community that we used to brag about is a war zone. People are fleeing for their lives. Like I said, the next stage is nationhood. There's all the answers. Oh, we need to buy black. Oh, that's good, man. We support the buy black movement and everything. But that's not going to solve the problem. What's driving all this is the problems people keep seeing every night on the news and everything. We got to do something. So people think, oh, we need money. No, money's not going to solve this. Your soul cries out for nationhood. A soul needs a body. Your soul needs a body. Your soul and your spirit needs a body. Your body's a nation, a land of your own. So you can be free. Rwanda Ministry of Families and Ministry of Families advocates one gender college, strong families, complementary male-female interaction on Ubuntu application. I don't know why you keep bringing Ubuntu in. When you want us to start using the word Ubuntu, you know, Ubuntu is what? It's a Bantu name. Rwandans aren't Bantu, you know, so why you keep using the term Ubuntu, you know? No, Hakeem, we could debate on Liberia, right? You know, it's like when we talk about integration, right? Let's talk about integration, right? Liberia was building a republic, right? The local people and the people did integrate with each other, but in order for you to integrate, the two groups of people have to speak the same language. They have to agree that they live in a republic called Liberia. And the Liberian people, the indigenous Liberian people, right, joined the republic. I'm an expert on Liberian history. They joined the republic. The people like the Mono tribe in the north, right, in Nimba, right, the people that were on the Liberian side and the Guinea side, right. Guess what side of the border most people of the Mono tribe tried to go to? Liberia, the Liberian side. Same thing with the Galenas. Same thing with the Ivory Coast. People basically try to go to the Liberian side. So he told me, yeah, it was an integrated society. You know, Liberia was trying to build a modern republic. They were way ahead of the indigenous people as far as education. They brought the colleges. They brought the education system. They brought the modern way of life. So it's up to the local people to learn this new way of life. And also the people that came from America adopted some of the culture of the indigenous people. That's how you integrate. You integrate by what we call a fusion. You learn from me, I learn from you. The people that came to Liberia had 200 years of a history and culture and identity. And they created a republic. Why? Because they wanted to be free. The biggest threat to them was the European powers. And because they did what they had to do, Liberia never became colonized. The indigenous people didn't see white people as a threat. But they warned the indigenous people, these white people are going to try to take over your land. And they were right. And then the war came when the French tried to invade Liberia and whatnot. It was the indigenous people that stood with the Republic of Liberia and defended its borders in Nimba. That's where the OAU was formed. Because they didn't try to thing like Liberia did not fail as a country. It still is a republic that still stands. The laws and the culture still there. Liberia basically did not fail because the country still exists. The culture and everything is still intact. So people say Liberia failed. Liberia did not fail. Liberia is the only country in West Africa that was never colonized by Europeans. There's no white people own land in Liberia.
Yes, Kala, with the scholarly breakdown.
You want to play that video?
Yes.
Minister was not amused. On the 9th of August, 1965, the separation became official.
There have been differences between the central government and the leaders of the Singapore state government. And these differences take so many forms and are of so many kinds that it has not been possible to resolve them. And so we decided that we must part company.
You see, the whole of my adult life, I had believed in Malaysian merger and the unity of these two territories. You know, as a people connected by geography, economics, and ties of kinship, would you mind if we stop for a while?
At the age of 42, Lee Kuan Yew became the father of Singapore as a nation. As he took office, he had not forgotten his own words of warning. Singapore could not survive alone. But he was determined to prove himself wrong.
I am not here to play somebody else's game. I have a few million people's lives to account for. And Singapore will survive.
The words were brave. The resolve was unmistakable. But the task ahead was daunting.
You saw how he was broken up, 42 years old, and he's tasked with all his poverty and everything like that. Singapore, he didn't want to secede from Malaysia. He probably wanted to wait a couple of decades, but it was what it was, and he had to take a nation on at the age of 42. And look what he did. Look what he did. That shows me is like when we have exceptional men like that have a vision. He had a vision, and because he had a vision, Singapore basically rose over Malaysia and outpaced all these countries, Hong Kong, everything in Southeast Asia. I would never, if I were a betting man, I would have lost. I would say it's impossible. But they did it because they were determined to have something. Okay. I just he said reread my advocacy, or you laugh at it. Look, I don't know about the zeal for Ubuntu and everything. I don't think a government could solve to implement that as in law. You know, I don't think a government could put Ubuntu into law. But I do agree with this idea of promoting families and all the stuff like that. If that's what they're doing, I agree with that. That I agree with. You know, if you're building families and that's the cornerstone of a nation, that's why you have to define what your objective is. What's your value system? All groups of people have a right to have what we value. They have what they value, what they like, they dislike, and what they will tolerate. That's the hallmark of a free people. You know, and a government, a nation, right? If a country does not have value, a common set of values that the president, the Constitution, everything protects, then you don't really have a nation. If your values, in order for you to have values, right, you have to have some sort of agency and some sort of strength about who you are. Or your soul is dead. You're just a slave. You have no values. You just live for the day, or you live to complain and say, oh yeah, you know, we're good at that, complaining, talking about racism. Hey, that's not a value system. A value system is, what do you have sacred? What do you want to preserve? What do you have? What do you have that you don't want let's see, what do you want to pass on to the next generation? What's your testament? What do you want to tell the world who you are? You go to any country, we are the such and such people. In this land, these are our values. You know, sometimes you cannot integrate sometimes people have different values. And you can't form a nation where people have two values. What you have to do is try to find common values to build upon. And say, this is what we're going to build upon. But you can't have a situation where you have artificial borders and put people together and everybody have different values and everything. And then one group of people who's in power, all his values are enforced and everything. And other groups of people, their values aren't treasured or anything. You're going to have conflict. As simple as that. No matter how you try to put it. Now, I said earlier that different people with different cultures could live together and everything. But usually when people are different, they have a common set of values. Let me give you a perfect example, right? In many Arab countries, you have a Jew living there, Arab living there, everything. But ask the Arab and Jew, what do you think about safety? Well, I'm against the sneak thief and the robbers at night. The Jew will say the same thing. I'm against that too. Oh, what do you think about streetwalkers and prostitution? I'm against that. So I'm against that too. I think that this should be. I think we should have decency and everything like that. So basically, what people do is build upon the values they have in common, usually based on things like decency, tolerance, and just people getting along, fair and trade and everything. What do you think about usury and all sort of that? Yeah, they have the same value system. Although they're completely different in their religion and everything, they have values that they can work on. And then when people have similar values based on things that are good and productive, they tend to get along with each other. That's something that we Black people can never understand. You know, how is it that we see Mexicans? I would hear Black people say, well, didn't the United States take Mexico from Texas? Used to be part of Mexico? Yeah. But yet you go to Texas, right? And you see Mexicans always got their Texas flag. They're so proud to be in Texas, everything. Why? Because those Hispanics and everything, and the whites have some sort of value system, some belief system, good or bad, that they believe in. It is similar. You know? You can't create a nation within an already existing one. There is no already existing nation, not BZ, you know? You can't create a nation within a nation. Watch us. You know? So people are like, oh yeah, you can't create a nation with. There is no a border and territory on land don't necessarily mean a nation. That's just land. When I don't mean it's a nation. Most of Africa is unoccupied. Most land borders are drawn up by European colonizers. And there's no real land, there's no real occupation of most of the land in Africa. But that remains to be seen. But you can't build a community inside of a country that don't want you really to succeed inside of here, you know? So let me ask the question. How is Black America, right? The community, Black America is failing as a community. And I sent you a video with this, I forgot his name. He talked about the Black community in the 1950s. Can you play that video, Bomani? You know?
All right, the 1950s. Let me get it right now.
We used to have once thriving Black communities in America that was safe and everything like that, with Black people own businesses and everything. Whatever happened to that? Brother Hakeem, my good brother, I've been to Liberia twice. There's nothing like you say. The people there, the people who talk about Liberia don't know Liberians. Most Liberians love their country. If there was really a division between Liberians, what they would have did was they would have got rid of the Constitution, the flag, and everything. They would have moved the capital someplace else. The capital is still Monrovia, right? All the place names are still there. The Liberian national anthem still stands and everything. And the people in Liberia, basically on Flag Day or whatever like that, got the Lone Star and everything, and they're proud Liberians. They became a nation. So I know a lot about Liberia.
All right, you ready for the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see that. Yeah, I remember seeing that comment. The trolls, they just love you, man.
Now, Brother Hakeem's not a troll, but he's a misinformed. A lot of people are not educated about Liberia. I know the country. The West never want to see Liberia succeed because, they can't. Look, the bottom line is most of the people in Liberia are mixed. Both groups of people are intermarrying with each other since day one. The two most powerful families in Liberia, three most powerful families in Liberia, one came from the Caribbean, the Barclays, and the Massacoys and the Fambalas. They're both native Liberians and whatnot, So this idea that, there was these people that came there and didn't integrate, that's a foolishness. Liberians were always integrating with each other since day one. It was a black country, it was a black society. The first modern republic in Africa. Liberia is not as tribal as the rest of Africa.
Yes, family, and that is Mr. Color Genesis breaking it down. Letting everyone out there know that you can't debate them. If you're gonna debate them, don't lie on them.
The Royal Yacht Britannia took Prince Philip to Borneo, where, continuing his world tour, he visited British colonies and protectorates in the island.
Well, I want to play one video about the black middle class with the thing. I'll send it to you again.
All right, this is 1959. That's what he mentioned.
Oh, no. This is another one. Let's see.
You have one that say 1920s. And
I thought. Hold up. I thought I
communities. I got you.
Oh, I thought I sent it to you. Hold up. I thought I sent it to you. I didn't. Oh yeah. Okay.
There we go. Let me.
Okay, this is the one I sent. This is the one I sent it to you. I just sent it to you. Strong inner city. Yeah, this is it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
We didn't realize it was segregated. All we knew is that our neighborhood was all black, and we weren't even that conscious of color because the people who owned the store down the street were black, the tailor, the restaurant owners, the undertaker, everybody in the neighborhood. And it was a very small street, everybody worked, blue collar, essentially, very close-knit neighborhood. Everyone had over 4 children. We played in the streets together. On Saturday morning, our parents came out and the hucksters came around and our parents purchased things. We had to go buy ice because there were no refrigerators then. We had a coal stove. So the younger kids were responsible for putting wood and coal into the stove and keeping it going. And the level of interest in education was just profound. I mean, even to this day, I don't think I've ever had such a positive educational experience than I did in my first 6 years, because school was an integral part of the community. We had a black superintendent, a black principal, all the teachers were black. Many of them didn't live in the neighborhood either, contrary to popular belief. They were middle-income people who lived elsewhere, but their hearts and their souls were into those kids. I remember that 3rd grade and 4th grade plays were always conducted in the evenings so that parents could attend. and an auditorium that seated maybe 400, 500 people with standing room only for a third and fourth grade play. Up until 1959, 78% of all Black families had a man and a woman in them. That's a fact. Teen pregnancy was looked down upon. Sexual activity among kids, everyone bragged about it, no one did it. And but if someone became pregnant, if there was an aunt in the South, they would go there, so that the moral standards and ethical standards for people living in those communities was extremely high. It had little to do with your income. Many of us were poor without realizing that we were poor. During the war years, I thought everyone had one pair of shoes. Today, I have a lot of shoes because of those early experiences. You know, you put cardboard in your shoes when your soles were worn out. You never went to your mother and said, "Mom, my shoes need to be replaced or fixed." You just knew that the money wasn't there for that. So you got the thickest piece of cardboard you can find and put it in your shoes. And if it didn't rain, you could last for 2 days. The discipline was in the community. I mean, you didn't speak back to an adult. The thought of an elderly person being disrespected was just unheard of. And teachers were never disrespected. And if you misbehaved, it was you would be spanked by a neighbor. And when your mother got home or father got home, you were spanked there. And God forbid a teacher should ever have to send for your parents, and they had to take off work. That was it. And so it imposed a kind of discipline. And again, it was a discipline that had little to do with how much money you made. There was a sense of comfort, a sense of well-being, a sense of oneness between the school and the community. The early days, civil rights was not an issue. The Black colleges gave kids like me, a high school dropout, who dropped out with 3 months after my 17th birthday, and then went into the military and got introduced to learning there, got on flying status, went to a really nice military school, learned airborne electronics, did some flying with the military, and then finished my high school education there, and was told that I could enter any college in the country because of my scores, but I lacked the kind of confidence. But the Black colleges, my college, Cheney State College, I think reached out to me. It was a warm environment. It was almost a continuation of the kind of warm and accepting environment I experienced in the Black schools in my native Philadelphia and my old neighborhood. Cheney was a continuation of that kind of loving experience, but it was tough. I remember I entered with 13 other veterans, and we were given some priority in admissions because it was thought that we were mature. Our grades weren't that great, and so we were placed on academic probation, but over half of us made the dean's list at the end of the first year from academic probation. Many of us who exercised leadership in the civil rights movement in the early and mid 60s, integration was never our goal. We never saw integration as a solution to the problems. We were seeking desegregation. And I think confusion on that point has continued to erode the collective self-confidence of the Black community today. Just a very confusion. You see, I fought against de jure segregation. That is, when someone absolutely forbid me to go into a restaurant or live in a given housing complex, I was just restricted by law. I remember when I was discharged from the military, coming home in 1958 and standing in Florida, only person at a ticket window, and have the man stop and wait on a white person. He waited on 10 white people while I was standing there. In the meantime, I almost missed a train and couldn't check my bags. That's what I fought against, the indignity of America's apartheid system. So integration was never an issue for me or for many others.
Are you an idealist?
Oh, absolutely. A flaming idealist who had this burning desire to change things, primarily because of my early experience as someone growing up in the South and then being sort of dropped growing up in the North and then dropped in the South in the military, facing raw segregation, I was very bitter from that experience. For 3 years after my discharge in the military, I remember my heart racing every time a red light would flash in my rearview mirror, because I was arrested 3 times and imprisoned in local jails 3 times because of my activism in the South. And so those early memories really motivated me to do something about it.
Switch to Chrome to stay in sync across devices, so your tabs go everywhere you.
What do you think about what he just said? He said, and I heard that a lot. That a lot of people, I think his name was Fauntleroy. I think that's his name, Fauntleroy. I think that's his name. I forgot his name. I think it's Fauntleroy, Walter Fauntleroy. Said that integration was not their goal. You know, the media said, we tried to integrate. Most of those people just fought against segregation. That means the indignity of racism and everything. They were trying to build up their own communities, and build Black America, the communities that we have, right? But people still on this idea of we got to move to white areas to basically to get around white people, it's just a flee and become a separatist group in Africa. Nobody said anything about fleeing. Did you hear me say anything about fleeing? Let's say in the future, we're going to build something, because obviously, if somebody could show me a way that we could build in America, right? I'm not sitting here to play games with anybody anymore and whatnot. The Black community in America is failing all across the board. Like he said, the cohesion and stuff like that. We once had that in our culture. The cohesion. It's not enough to just live together. It's called the cohesion. But people are getting along. People look for respected adults, stuff like that. We were civilized. How do we do that? I do believe that a lot of our culture mimics what we see in the dominant culture. And so as more, perfect example is this. Up until like the 2000s, right? Most Black people watched Black award shows. We had a Black Miss America pageant in America. Most Black people got their news from Black mediums like Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine, and stuff like this. So in other words, we trusted the publishers. We had Tony Brown's Journal. We had our own journals and everything that we listened to. So Black America, before you could be we were already in some sort of cohesion. We were a people. But we don't have that anymore. We used to have our own Black-owned radio stations and everything. Now corporate radio's taking over. Don't own BET. We don't own anything anymore. We don't own Ebony Magazine. We don't, none of that anymore. So Black America, the only thing we still have is some Black churches and Black HBCUs. That's about it. That's the only thing we have left. He says, we've been building for years. Are you going to cohesion in Africa? We'll have a cohesion in Africa. That's a red herring question. Red herring question. I'm only doing my part in what I'm doing in Liberia. The vast thing of Africa, too many cultures, too many conflicts and everything like that. I'm saying that I found a country in Africa that is tailor-made for Black America, has a similar culture and values and everything. We could start from there. And Bomani found something similar in Ghana. Now, if we build from there, then we could go from there, Also, he said the Yoruba Nation, North Carolina, we also got Black towns in America, right? All throughout America, we have Black towns that we don't support. Edenton, North Florida. There's a lot of Black towns in America that nobody knows about, nobody builds with, nobody visits there. The townships that my family come from, here in the Albemarle Sound, the Great Dismal Swamp and everything, Edenton, North Carolina, Hertford, North Carolina, Ahoskie, and all these other Elizabeth City. These are pretty much black townships. That's where my family's from. I'm used to being around all majority black townships and everything like that, before my family moved to New York. Why are we always riding on Bomani's coattails? Why is Nakmeezy so hostile? I'm not riding on Bomani's anything, Bomani, tell him that I'm not riding on your coattails. I'm not riding on anybody's coattails.
Kala is not riding on anyone's coattail, Nakmeezy.
I built this thing myself. I'm leading this thing to Liberia. He doesn't know because he don't know the stuff I've been doing over the years and stuff like that, Bomani and I are working together on this project. And so far, so good. We have success. So nobody's riding on Bomani's coattail. We're partners in this. But we have a clear mission that we're trying to succeed. So when you build Nakmeezy, it takes a time. I can't just overnight say, something, I built this and everything. We got to build the ideology. Look at all the pushback I'm getting from you. Oh, why are you building whatnot? People don't, look, it takes time. One thing I'm not going to do is quit and give up. That's not going to happen. So this idea that I'm riding on Bomani's coattails is not true. Not true. I built a decade or more working in Liberia with solid connections and everything like that on the ground in Liberia. So it's not like I'm riding on Bomani's coattails. I introduced Bomani to Liberia, and like Bomani, so you tell him, because he hasn't told you, right? Can you tell him the progress we've made so far?
Honestly, I don't know why you pay him Nakmeezy any mind.
Oh, he has to hear this. He has to hear this.
That's why I didn't put the comment up.
He has to hear this. He says, "Oh, Kyle's riding on Bomani's coattails." That is not true. I guess he's trying to cause divisions between you and me. That's not gonna.
I don't fall for tricks of people. Me, I'm about my business and things. Nakmeezy, you can join us. I mean, it's it's a journey that I'm leading, and me and Kala's working it together, and Kala has his people in place, and me and some of them are working together. And Kala has been the historian on the shows when we talk about Liberia, and giving all of the breakdown about Liberia. So it's that's how we do it, man. Trying to get more people to work together to get this thing done. That's unfortunately the hold up sometimes. I was telling some people about that earlier today. I was like, you can't expect me to have all of the talent.
People want to sit back and like, what are you doing?
People to work with.
We're doing this ourselves, man. We put, I don't know if I could be on 5 hours tonight, but 10 hours a week on this show and stuff like that. And we communicate almost every day, sharing notes and stuff like that, and I have my people ready in Liberia. And the bottom line is Liberians in America. That's helping stuff like this, So
we got a big group ready to go, man. It's 14 of us ready to go, and got some new energy. One of your new brothers came in, and he's out there recruiting for us. So,
we're gonna have 30 people.
It's a Cooper.
By the time we're done. And I'll be there in Liberia ahead of time before Bomani and the group get there, welcoming them in. So I'm anybody riding on Bomani's coattail, I'm backing him up. I'm giving him the support system, Bomani does talk. I reached out to the best of the business. I said I need somebody that can do a tour to Liberia and document and everything like that. Looked around hard and whatnot. And Bomani's offer. I never mentioned really Liberia to Bomani, all the years I've known him, and it's finally I just came to him one day. He said, and I didn't think he was going to take me seriously with this. And he said, yeah, let me look into it. It wasn't easy. It was a hard sell. But mine's not an easy man to convince.
Yeah. And we'll put the stuff together, brother. We'll put it together. Little by little, we'll build a full program together. So that's what it is. So I'm telling you, I wouldn't pay. I ignore people comments and things, man. That's how people mindset. But yeah, for those out there looking to connect and do things, I'm available for serious talk and conversation so we can make this thing happen.
Yeah, when this happens and everything like that, hopefully we'll have 2 tours of Liberia next year. This kicks off. Next one. The main thing is, we're gonna have people, all the problems that people say they have. We look up and we need a real brother. No, we don't need you, Nakmeezy. No. You join. The day you join, I quit. I'll quit. I'll be like, okay, bye. Goodbye. It's all over. It's like boom, 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 boom. That losing horn music. Boom, 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 boom.
You ready to close off for the night?
Yeah. Let's see. Any more comments?
No more comments.
Black America should build their own house away from the state. Yeah. But getting black people to, like, you can't even get black people out of the white man's neighborhoods. We can't. This is what I was saying. We can't get them off the red carpet at the Grammys. We can't get them off the friggin' MTV Music Awards. We got our heads so far up the white man's ass we can see out of his nose. We everything is about when did fucking being cool with white people have been the thing? It's like the cooler you are, white people, the cooler you are. Now you always brag about, I had lunch with Robert De Niro, Jay-Z. I have lunch with Val Kilmer and Robert De Niro and all these stuff. When the hell did that ever become cool? I know we always had Sammy Davis Jr. with Dean Martin, but we always did our own freaking thing. When the hell did that happen? Everything like that. It's like if you're not on the Grammys, right? You don't exist. If you're not MTV, you don't exist. You're not cool unless white kids are listening to your music in the suburbs. So miss me with all this shit. We don't.
Sure, we're ready to close out because you have a special guest below. Let me know.
Yeah, go ahead. Let him on. I know who it is. Let him on.
All right, and we need to set a time because I am.
Sometimes I gotta get up.
Hopefully I can wrap it up in the next 30 minutes so we can close out. But go ahead, let me let in Nakmeezy. Greetings, Nakmeezy. Welcome to the call. I gotta get
my beloved brothers.
I gotta get permission from Kala before I let you on any of these calls. So
let on.
He gave permission to let you on.
But why am I the enemy of the show or what? We have to keep each other on point, brothers. I'm not the enemy of y'all. I love y'all.
Yeah, Kala's the boss.
You're a detractor.
I'm not a detractor, brother. I love y'all, man. I love Black America too, man. So just I just really want to know. This is why I called. Is that since you don't see anything positive in Black America, or do you see anything positive in Black America? Let me ask you the question.
Yes. Where do you get that? Yes, I do. Where do you get that? I don't see any positive in Black America.
Because it just sounds like you don't really have any positive talking points. So I'm going to take you at your word. Since you see positivity in Black America, right? As a Black American, what is your obligation to Black America, and what is your plan for Black America that doesn't involve leaving to go to Africa?
Well, this is my theory. You don't have to agree with this, right? I think that. Do you think that Black people deserve? Do you think a 14-year-old deserves to live a life not worrying about guns and violence and stuff like that?
Absolutely. But I asked you for your plan, brother.
Now, I'm saying like this. This is what I'm saying. In our community, right? We have an epidemic of gun violence and everything. People are dying every day. If you're not paying attention to the news, we're dying every day. We have a culture, right, that's promoting it, right? Remember, right, when we were younger, that you couldn't even hear a curse word on daytime radio, right? They would play we had the late underground stuff, and people thought my Adidas was too scandalous to play in the daytime. Now that the degeneracy and stuff like that you see and everything, do you think let me ask you a question, right? The face of Black American culture, are you satisfied with what you see?
Brother, I asked you for your plan for Black America.
That's a fair question, right? I say
I think it's a very fair question because I asked you your stance. You confirmed that you see positivity in Black America. You are a proud Black American. So, my brother, I'm asking you, what is your plan for us?
Like I told you last week, right? I said we don't control the culture and the content. We're hostage. We're still hostage in America. That's what I'm saying. Black America,
hostage?
Hostage, yes, right?
What do you mean hostage?
Can you say the culture that represents Black America is done by us?
I mean, we are the creative force behind pop culture, but there are other aspects to Black American culture that is not pushed in the media that is controlled by small hats. Okay, so I think that you should broaden your scope of what Black American culture is, and don't just look at the bottom feeders of our culture and focus on that because that needs to be improved, but also focus on the positivity of our culture. So again, I'm going to ask you for the fourth time, what is your plan for Black Americans that can't leave or don't want to go to Africa, my brother?
Bottom line is this. I say like this, 99% of Black people should stay right the heck here. What I'm saying is the face of Black America, the soul of Black America, right, should be someplace outside of America, right? That, in other words, basically, Black people here, get your money, get your education, there's infrastructure, there's plenty of opportunity here in America, right? But what I'm saying is it's the face of Black America, right? Like I said, what I would like to be is like I talk to a lot of friends of mine that are Arabs and everything like that, right?
You're starting to drift off of the point, my brother. You mentioned 99% won't go to Africa and only 1% will. My question is about the 99%, our great-grandmothers, our grandmothers, our cousins who don't really have an interest in Africa but love Black people. We love them because they are our people. What is your plan for the Black American that has no desire or no means to go to the continent, brother? This is number 5. What is your plan?
Those people, right? Those people will have something besides America. In other words, basically, do you think Black people should have anything outside the borders of America?
I think for them to be able to even access anything outside of America, there needs to be an economic base, an educational base, a change in the mindset, so they can even build to the point where they can travel. Because a lot of our people don't even have passports. So to jump to the continent, there's a lot of foundations that have to be built in our community before you can even have the continental conversation. And those who don't want to leave, all right, so good. See, I'm not attacking you, brother. So I want to know, what is your plan for Black America? How are you going to make Black America great again?
My plan for Black America is this. I believe Black people in America, right, should be able to say, you know something? Like my boy Mark, you know who Mark Blanton is in real South Africa? My friend Mark Blanton.
No, I don't. Sorry.
Mark Blanton, him and his wife, his beautiful wife, Latasha, she's a doctor, right? These are 2 African Americans that live in South Africa, right? They bring Black people over to South Africa to buy homes, invest in business. They're doing real good work in South Africa, right? And they interview people. Look up the real South Africa. Why do you change?
Brother, if they're bringing Black Americans that can afford to purchase land and houses in South Africa, those aren't the people I'm talking about. What I'm doing now is I'm talking about what your talking points, which are the bottom of the barrel, right? Or I like to call them the part of our society that needs the most help. These people are not buying houses in South Africa. What is your plan for the people that are being held hostage in our neighborhoods by our Pookies and Ray Rays who choose to bust their gun on their own? What is your plan for these people? You made a great point about heavy-handed justice. I agree with that. So I would like really for you to, expound on your plan for Black Americans that doesn't involve leaving to go to Africa.
Now, if it was up to me, it was up to me, what I would do, if I had a power, but I don't have that power, It's up to me, there'll be martial law. I'd be
No,
like,
I don't know can you tell me what you would do, brother?
I would, in the area, like, let me say, Portsmouth, Virginia. Let me give you an example. Portsmouth, Virginia right now is out of control. There's a gang war going on. 14 and 15-year-olds are gunning each other down every day. Shot and spreading the Newport News and everything. They know not to bring this out to Virginia Beach. They know that. But so they confine it to Portsmouth and everything, and also just the black areas of Portsmouth, right? The white areas of Portsmouth, they know not to go into. So basically what they're saying is this, and some of these people, black people out there own homes. They've been there for generations, their own homes. Some homes are paid off, but they're living in war zones. They can't sell their house. They can't get loans on the house. I saw the other day in Hampton, right? But somebody went through a whole neighborhood, right, in the middle of the night and just sprayed up everybody's house. That happened 2 weeks ago. I'm saying to myself, right, and the police like, please call if you have any information. And the people are like, what did we do to deserve this? What do we do to deserve this? And I'm saying to myself,
okay, Carlos, so you're not going to answer the question, so you don't have a plan for Black America. So I'll meet you at where your plan is now. Your plan is to get Black Americans to go to the continent. So now I'll change my questioning to ask about.
One has
Oh, is that not your plan? Is that not your plan?
I'm saying those who want to go should be able to go. Those who want to stay.
So the 1%. The 1%, right?
I don't care if it's a 0.5%. Those who want to go should have that option. Like I said, I actually.
Okay, so I want to meet you there. We'll talk about the 1% or the 0.5% option for the Black Americans that want to leave, right?
Right.
Let's say they go and they become successful.
They are. And
Isn't that really like, okay, brother? I'll take you at your word. They are.
Okay.
Let's say those people are successful. Isn't that like a drop in the pan or pissing in the ocean compared to what's happening to the majority, the 99% of our people that hadn't gotten a chance to leave? So it seems like you're focusing your efforts on the 1% while ignoring the 99% that actually need your help. So it kind of goes back to what's your plan.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Let me say this, right? I said earlier, right? The suburbs are becoming a refugee camp. A lot of black people are beeline. Like, let me give you an example. Dallas had a crime wave, right? And all these black people moved to DeSoto, Texas, right? Now DeSoto, Texas is becoming crime. Prince George's County, right, is becoming crime-ridden and everything like that. People coming from D.C. and everything. And black people are like, dang, we came out here, and we're staying, and we're doing all the right things and everything. Now we're waking up to gunshots and drive-by shootings and everything in PG County and everything. Just the other day, a school teacher, black school teacher, 59 years old, was.
Bro, I love your examples, but I don't really need them. I really just want to focus on your plan. So I agree that PG County is now being, it's not the PG County of the 90s, right? And a lot of these black areas are being plagued with gun violence. So is your answer to move those same black people who haven't had a cultural reset, a mindset change, and move them to Africa?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
So we need to be focusing on the mindsets and changing and giving our youngsters outlets so that they don't shoot up the club and walk around with extendos, right? Because if you want to bring the parents or the grandparents, eventually little Pookie is going to go visit their grandmother on a continent, right? And then there's going to be a culture clash. I think any people should focus on bettering their people where they are. Getting up and then leaving with a 1% to a continent of people that you don't really have any cultural connections to. You have DNA culture, you have historical ties. I get it. That's where we come from. But you're going over there, and when you go over there, you're leaving your whole people behind to deal with the young Pookies and Ray Rays, as opposed to implementing a plan to, I guess, have reform in terms of policing in our communities, outlets for the youth in our communities. So I think the 1% plan is very self-serving when it comes to like this Pan-African ideology. And in the meanwhile, at the same time, I mean, you're leaving the majority of your people to suffer, according to you, in these shithole neighborhoods.
Well, this is what I will say. Now that 1%, right? If it's successful, right, could bring more. You know, all I'm saying is 1% could go over there. Like I sent you a video of Bomani, real South Africa, someone in testimony short, so like 2 minutes, right? I want you to play that, right? There's people that say, yo, look, they want to change. Most black people, let me tell you something, Nak. Most black people, right? I talk to them off the record and everything like that, right? They'll say, well, I want to go to the continent, right? They'll say on the record, they'll say police brutality, racism, and everything like that. But then when you really start digging deep into it and everything like that, they'll tell you they're sick of the culture of black. I said, this is not who we are. The guy, Lateef Stanfield, I think the actor is right. He said the same thing. He wrote this article. He said there's a play in the world that they keep putting out this negative. And we've been fighting for decades, right? For our image, right, of Black America. Most Black Americans are decent people, right? But when you look at what the images they put out about our youth, our women, everything, it's not who we are, right? And when people tell me when they go to the continent, they feel free. You know, they don't feel burdened by or apologizing for who they are. You know, we had a white supremacist on the other night, right? And I asked him, I said, look, you know, black people, when we say black people commit crimes, we get ashamed. I said, you guys have no shame. I said, you heard about the white kid who killed up 4 black people. You don't care nothing about that. You don't feel embarrassed. What about the Hells Angels biker who shot up a whole bar in California 2 weeks ago? You guys feel no shame and when your people do something. Black people do. We feel paralyzed about and helpless about the condition our people in. And some people, maybe you're right, is running away or whatever like that. But some people just want some peace. They're tired of the racial conundrum. They're tired of the crime. They're tired of the toxic male-female relationship, everything, and they just want to go someplace and they just want to have peace. You know,
and where is that place, brother? Where is that place?
What place?
The place where they can have peace.
I think of the African continent.
Now, isn't Africa, specifically West Africa right now, you know, having a lot of political instability?
Well, Ghana is stable.
Well, no, but I'm saying, aren't there a lot of parts of West Africa specifically that are going through political instability?
I would not advise anybody to go to Nigeria right now.
Okay, so hold on, brother. I get that. I just want yes or no questions. You know, so I asked rhetorical question because it's obvious. West Africa, a lot of the places there are politically unstable. The Human Development Index in a lot of those countries is extremely low. There is also a language barrier in some of those countries. So when we speak about Africa and Afrikstan, I'd like to speak specifically about what country. Ghana, I think, is a good place. It's politically stable. They speak English. But, you know, there's other issues that you have to, you know, exchange. So if the access to capital in America isn't enough to keep you there and racism is enough to kick you out, then you have to go there with a certain amount of money where you can hit the ground running or some political connections. It's not going to be as easy as just saying, all right, y'all tired of racism, let's go to Africa. You're going to set people up to make emotional decisions and they're going to fail on the continent. I really want to see you win, Kala. And the way that you're going to show us that you can win is to show by doing. Show us the way, Kala. Okay, buy your ticket. Wait, hold on, brother. I'm going to land my plane. Buy your ticket. You've been talking this Pan-African stuff for a long time. You've been talking Afrikstan for a long time. More than 10 years. You got a BAIO. Now it's time to pull the trigger, brother. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Buy your ticket. Don't bring your Liberian wife to America. Don't bring her to America because Africa's the place. So don't bring her to the lowly America for the American nightmare. You join her on the continent and live the African dream of Afrikstan. I say, can you do it in 2 years, Kala? Can you pull the trigger and make this happen in 2 years, brother?
Nak, that is a very unfair question. You know.
No, how long have you been talking this though? How long have you been talking? How many years? 20 years?
Nak, that is an unfair question. You know it.
How many years have you been talking this back to Africa stuff? How many years?
That's an unfair question, man. That's an
No,
unfair question.
it's unfair because you know where I'm going. You've been talking about it, but you ain't being about it. You sit on here jaw jacking and you never moving to the continent. You're selling us a dream that you ain't living yourself, brother. Buy your ticket, go to the continent. I want you to win. Show us how to do it, brother. It's the time for talking, and 5-hour live streams are done, bro. Shoot a live stream from Africa from your compound where you're doing it. Show us how to get money on the continent. Show us how to integrate. Show us how to make political connections. Stop talking about it, brother. Let's get it done.
Now, that was a good filibuster. That was a good thing. It was good rhetoric.
It was good, right? It was good. It was all right.
And I recognize fair criticism, right? I'm not the one that tell people to burn the coast. In fact, Bomani, what do I tell people all the time? Call me, I gotta go to the continent. Don't I talk more people out of making the decision to go to the continent? Unplanned and everything. Don't I?
Yes, absolutely. Because we want to make sure that people are clear that.
Right. And I tell them all the disclosures. I said, look, you're not ready. You're not retired. You don't got retirement income, everything. The people that I know that went to Liberia and everything, these people got income. They got a 401k. They got stuff like this. They got Medicare. They got a healthcare plan, stuff like that. I can help them with whatever. And the bottom line, they're in a position to go. Now I say, and tell me if you agree with this, right? I say, like I said, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? I know a lot of Liberians, right? A lot of Liberians who go to Liberia during December. That's what they call them Decembers, right? They basically, average Liberian will tell you, right? They live in America. They got good jobs and everything. They'll tell you, I have no intention of going to Liberia. It's not ready for me to go there. What they do is they invest in Liberia, right? And then they go after a few years. They'll go back, work on a business and everything like that. I'm telling Black people in America, right? If that's your plan, right? Don't get this idea that you're going to go and it's an escape. Liberia, Africa is an escape, right? Go get your plan and everything. Do what the Liberians do, right? They go back and forth and everything twice a year, and they basically have a game plan. They got networks on the ground, everything like that. I never tell anybody. Black people in America are the only groups of people who think they got to sever ties with America, quit their job, and go to Africa. I never.
No, it's not about severing ties, brother. And I'm gonna really talk about your point there. The Africans. Wait, hold on. You're part of Virginia that you mentioned with all those shootings, right? If I would listen to you, the Virginian or the New York transplant to Virginia, who knows what's going on the ground there, I wouldn't move to those neighborhoods. Would I be good in accepting your advice?
No,
to not move.
I don't.
Should I move to those neighborhoods where it's war zones? Should I move there?
I wouldn't advise it, but you could.
Okay, so now I'll take you at your word. You're the expert, right? You don't live there. You talked about Black Americans living above their means to avoid those neighborhoods. That's how bad it is. Listen to the Africans, not only on their words. Listen to and look at their actions. If they're leaving the continent, right? Why would you deal with the great switcheroo and go to their places that they're leaving while they come to the places and take advantage of the stuff that you don't appreciate? Okay. Now, why hold on, the investment that this is the part of Black Americans where we're going to have to draw the line in between. They invest in their homeland. They invest in a place where they were born or their parents were born, where they speak the language, have felt the soil, have gone through struggle, have fought in wars. They have an emotional connection. They have people who they can't bring to America. So what do? They support them through remittances. Shout out to them. That's what they're supposed to do. The Black American doesn't have those same connections to the continent. So you can't compare Africans sending money back to their own homeland with Black Americans investing in a place that they don't even know, my brother.
Well, I'm saying, Nak, let me finish like what I was saying, right? And that's a good point. But I'm saying this, though. Now, those of us who are Pan-Africans, wouldn't it make sense to say, let's say this, Nak, I'm saying this is something that many of us want to do. Not that we have to do. I don't have to move to Africa. I got a house here and I got a business here. I don't have to go to Africa ever again. This is something I want to do. This is something many of us want to do. You know, so you can't deny me the fact that this is something that we feel that we want to do and everything. And you said about speaking language, like we picked the country. Liberians speak perfect English like we do. They speak the same slang, lingo, listen to the same music, everything that we do over here. You know, so wouldn't that be a good country to connect? And the laws, the land laws and everything, you could purchase property, you could do everything you can in America, in Liberia. So I'm saying like this, if you want an African connection. Now, some people don't want an African connection. That's fine. You know, hey, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But if people say they want an African connection, right? Hey, I say, look, this is how you do it. I say, look at what the Liberians do. I have a lot of Liberian friends and whatnot. And it dawned on me that I tell people all the time, man, oh yeah, they said, look, man, like my boy Great African, we had him on right here. He has several farms in Ganta, right? And he wants me to go. I didn't get a chance to go see his farm last month there. But he makes money off his farm and he has people employed, but he lives in Wisconsin. You know, he goes, he has people working.
Great African?
Great African, yeah.
Isn't his family like royalty there?
No.
He's a big black dude, right? He's like a huge black dude, right?
You gotta say something about Liberia. Liberia
I think somebody in his family is royalty to keep it 100.
Yeah,
I think he comes from African royalty. But even if he didn't, even if he was a layperson, he has a cultural connection. He is somebody in that community. Therefore, that's why he has land and he can do his thing.
Hold on, it's not. He has land in his native land in Nimba County. That's where he has land. He has nothing in Liberia, right? He has native land.
So that's what I'm saying. He has it in his county. That's where his people are from, and maybe he's from. We don't have that connection, brother.
Hold on. I have people in Liberia, right? My wife's family, everything got the same thing, land and everything over there too. That I could tap into. I want to, but I don't want to. You know, I got my partner Sam. He has 300 acres of land in Marshall. That's my business partner. You know, and he owns several properties, buildings, and everything, which I'm getting one of them in Monrovia. His father built S.J. Cooper Road, and when that whole street was built by his family, the Coopers.
Who built that? Whose family?
The Coopers. They're the most powerful family in Liberia.
And I thought you were talking about Great African. I'm sorry.
No, Great African is from Nimba. You know, he has nothing to do with the Monrovia. So I have all these people in Liberia that basically got land, connection, everything like that. And they're basically like, hey, look, the time you want, I get so many land offers. I'm like, no, that's not me. That's not, I don't want to exploit whatever. When the time comes, I'll look into that. But the bottom line
brother, we're kind of getting away from my point, which I believe Baruti Katembo is bringing us back to. It's really, if you're talking this African stuff, Afrikstan thing, why aren't you leading by example, brother? You've been talking this for 20 years, for decades. You're talking this, but you're not doing it, brother. And somebody mentioned Jem Jewel, who's in America. All right, so she's not even in Africa. You know, I love these Africans who don't even live in their countries. I think Baruti might be in Africa, or at least he was doing farming or something like that, if I remember. I think it's Central or East Africa. Now, I'm tired of y'all who ain't on the continent telling everybody to go to the continent. Brother, why, if you're talking Afrikstan, why you're not doing it? And I'm not in America right now, right? I'm getting international money. I married a woman that's not Black American, but she is Black. So I won't shame you, but it only took me 2 years when I said I'm gonna go link up with my family who were in the Caribbean, and then we moved to Europe. We did that under Trump. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't gonna bring my family to America under Trump, but it took me 2 years. Literally 2 years. Bought a house, bought a car, shipped the car, and boom. Why is it taking you so long? Because I don't believe you really believe in your plan, brother, because you're not showing us your boots on the ground. You go there as a tourist, right? You dip your foot in the African pool, but you're scared to take a dive. Take the dive, brother. Take the dive.
That's not a fair assessment. First of all, like I told you, right?
Well, let's make it fair then, brother, because you keep skirting this point. You can't sell me lemonade and you're drinking Gatorade.
You gotta let me talk.
You gotta be drinking the same stuff you're selling, and you're not drinking it. Why haven't? When are you leaving, brother? When? And I'm not trying to say get out of America because America is your home, right? I would never say that. I love you, brother. But when are you going to the continent to show us how to do it?
What I'm saying is this, Naki. Let me finish, right? I'm saying that we are building a connection with the African continent, starting with Liberia, right? And I said the best way to do it is follow what other Liberians are doing. They go to the continent, right? They know Liberia is basically a war-torn country still. They got a lot of issues, everything. And all of a sudden, we hooked up with the Ministry of Tourism. We want to do tourism and everything like that. And there's some people that want to invest
All right,
in.
cool. But when are you going?
So what is that? What does that got to do with
Matter of fact, I'm gonna cam up when I rarely cam up, and I'm gonna show you something. Hold on. You can keep talking. Give me like 30 seconds.
So, Kala, what we waiting for?
Okay, meantime, can you play that video?
Guys, Latasha Blanton here, The Real South Africa. I have a wonderful lady here. It's her first time here in South Africa. Please tell them your first name and how you found South Africa since you've been here.
Hi, my name is Christine, and this is my first time. My husband's been a couple of times, but this is my first time here, and it has been a wonderful experience. I really love the people, the culture, the food is great, and if you haven't taken the opportunity to visit, I will say you deserve to be here. You should check it out, see for yourself, and hopefully you won't regret it. But I'm pretty sure you won't.
Excellent. Did you want to add anything? I know you said you didn't want to say anything, but
I was just going to say ditto.
Okay, that's all you got to do. All right, guys, you heard it here first. If you have any questions, please check us out, therealsouthafrica.com. We're out. All right, guys.
All right, so like I told you about my plan. It took 2 years for me to decide to leave, right? So I can't talk all of this Black America stuff, right? And not have a plan for Black America. I literally wear that shit on my hat, on my hard hat, every goddamn day. Every day. As a matter of fact, let me show you. That's August. And then September. I'll go all the way down until I get to the place where I'm homeward bound. You see what I'm saying? So I'm really focused. And this is the 9 month. I'm out of here, bro. So if I can leave America, then make a plan to get back to America and invest in my country and in my family, why haven't you done it? And you've been in this Afrikstan movement for 20 years.
The Netherlands is a highly industrialized, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, of course. You know, do you understand the difference?
And so is America. So you can get money in America and then transfer it to Africa, but you're not doing it.
Hold on, I'm basically I got people in Africa on my payroll that I'm paying every week.
Well, maybe you shouldn't be paying them. Maybe you should be stacking so you can be there.
These guys are going to be doing work. Are going to be doing work for Bomani and I, and on the continent, help us out with business and tourism, and everything. You know, so
bro. If tourism is going to be your thing, your customer base is going to be short.
I'm saying Bomani's doing tourism and I got other plans.
All right, so then when are you going, bro? I just showed you my plan literally. And so it's focused, it's literally on my head every single day. Every month that passes, I click it off and then I stack a whole bunch of bread so that I can get out of here on top of what I already have. And what I've done here in Europe, is applied my expertise. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Applied my expertise that I learned from Con Ed and 9X when I was working blue collar in New York City, right? And then I learned from the people who created the Industrial Revolution. And then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get it. I'm going straight to Texas or North Carolina, one of the two, and it's my choice. So I'm over here getting busy, and I got it on my head because I'm coming back. What is your plan, brother? I didn't just write this stuff on my helmet. This is what I live. So what's your plan to go to Africa, bro?
Look, our plan is simple. We're building a global business pipeline, right? When I actually move to the continent, I don't know, maybe a few years. You know, I have to consult that with my wife, all the stuff like that, and everything like that. There's a lot that I have to consider. I can't just basically get up and say I'm going to Liberia.
You're making excuses, bro. Let me address the fleeing Africans in the chat. Let me address this. Hold on. Because if I talk to you, you're gonna pontificate and go around in circles and never answer the question. If you're a man, what is it gonna take for you to go to Africa? Is it money?
Look, Nat, man, it's not that easy. Just getting up, going to Africa.
But it is that easy if you want to do it.
Everybody
It's that
would be there, right?
easy. It's literally that easy.
Let me give you an example. Israel gets how many billions of dollars a year from the United States? $32 billion.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're in America. You can get American money and then bounce.
No, look. The bottom line is this: you got a country that's developing, right? Developing that does not have good infrastructure and everything like that right now. You know, but everybody that loves Liberia, loves this country and everything, like I do and whatnot, is basically trying to do something to promote the country and everything because Liberia is part of our heritage. You know. So I hope he understands that, you know.
Yes, Kala. I'm not sure if not me to just drop off or he just gave up on talking with you.
But just getting up and going to Africa now. If my country was South Africa and I could transport what I do, I can't. If I work for Condes Electrical Company, I could go to a country like Tanzania and South Africa, probably get a job, whatever that. I can't transfer what I do for a living to the continent right now. If I could, I would.
All those things you got to process and make the right decision. And the career part is definitely a defining factor because you got to make a living. And so, it's not everybody going to want to be an entrepreneur.
I look at Liberians. Most of them that got money and everything basically they get it so where their job, whatever like that, they'll go and spend like a month in Liberia and come back and make their money in America and have their stuff together. My wife's first cousin, Corona, she has not been to the continent yet. You know, her oldest is Tracy. I talked to her today. She's been to Liberia twice. You know, and her auntie Perline, she has not been to Liberia since 1976. She's never seen Isabella. But Isabella comes over here. This is going to be the first time she ever seen her in her life. Because they lost everything. Her families have property and everything. They're a wealthy family. They lost everything. So these people are still hurting for all this pain they went through. And a lot of Liberians are still reeling from the Civil War and stuff like that. But slowly but surely, they're going back and investing and building. And I want to be part of that. That's all. Because I believe in this country. I believe what my ancestors did in Liberia was good. And I want to help all the Liberians, whether they're indigenous, Congo people, whatever. I don't care about that. You know, I got friends. All my Liberians come from all different backgrounds and tribes. You know, they all see me as a brother. So going to the continent, moving it permanently is not necessarily.
Yeah, brother, don't let nobody rush you. And the same thing with people out there. Don't let nobody rush you.
I tell people all the time. People like, I gotta go to the continent.
Give people timelines.
You know, you never know when you'll know when it's time to go.
You got to put all the things in place, and you know when everything is this, or at least all the things that you need in place is in place. Then you can never do it.
When the time comes and all the ducks line up and everything like that, I will be on the continent. At least 7-8 months out of the year, you know. But you got like Liberians who live. The ideal is live 5 months in Liberia, 7 months back in America. They come to America during the rainy season, right, and go back during the dry season. A lot of people are doing that. So I'm watching what Liberians are doing. You know, how they're successful. They don't just basically like I'm moving to Liberia. They know it's not there yet. They got to come back to America or Canada, or whatever, and do what they got to do. So why should Black America, if we have any interest in Africa, we got to get out of America because we hate America and all stuff like that. America, I got a business here. I tell Bomani about my success in my business every day. You know, on the roll I'm on right now in my business, Bomani, do you think in a million years I would just give this up? You know? a high level MGA level insurance broker? You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
No,
And
I'm
I
saying-
do consultation for a living when people come at me. I want to find out about how to make moves in Africa and what should they do. It's one of those things where it's not a simple thing for everybody, and so. But yeah, like I mentioned, brother, that's not easy for you. And
we never told anybody to bum rush the coast. You gotta get out of America. Well, we are saying
so
it should be an option. That's all.
So he want you to explain your game plan and things like that, and it's like, you know what I mean? This let them know that I thought you was gonna let them know that they, it's, as far as the 99% to the 1%, it's, for me personally, it's, if people feel like they want to save a 99% or save the majority of people, do whatever they want to do, that's their business. I don't get involved in all those things. My passion, my vision is to build a business pipeline right there in West Africa. And that's and it's a great opportunity. So that's what we're working towards, to be able to build a family enterprise, a global international family
anybody
enterprise.
to go to Guinea. We're not
That's
talking
my
about
goal. So my goal and concern is not about doing a bunch of other things that people want you to do. So, but that's just the way I feel on it, and no one is gonna make me or get me to answer certain questions and do certain things. So, whenever you are on here and any this anybody that asks you anything you don't want to answer, then no, hey, and it's no big deal. That way, you don't go back and forth. Because some people are never gonna see our views. They're gonna always use. They're gonna always analyze it with with certain things. Like, okay, well, in the reality, yeah, maybe people should more so focus on the majority of people doing certain things. That's not my focus. It's never been my focus. Our focus is for us to organize and build something exceptional, and it meaning building something exceptional. And especially when you're talking about out of the country, and not saying everybody that needs to leave and things, but while people are talking about Africans are fleeing from the continent, you have every single other nations and race of people in the rest of the world are positioning themselves in the countries, because I'm in different parts of the African continent. You're meeting and you're seeing all these people. So are we supposed to sit here and then focus on what I feel personally, and this is my personal opinion, none to anybody, because people get in their feelings every time. Sometimes people say certain things. The first thing people are gonna say to me is, "Go back to my country. Aren't you an immigrant or something?" Things like that. But what's the future of this sinking ship that you're in? I mean, are we really gonna build what we need to build, or going around thinking that we're gonna save certain things?
Check us out. Check us out. When I was
created for us to build our future. It's not created for us to build a vision of what we really need. I'm almost finished, brother. Because I'm referring to when Not Needs is asking these questions, because he's asking you these questions and things like that. And no one is gonna make me feel responsible for a whole bunch of things that I don't want to be responsible for. That's the way I got myself involved in certain things, to where when you get yourself involved and then nobody's there to help you. I mean, I'm being real. I mean, like, so it's like, that's not your responsibility. It's not your focus. You're not saying that you're gonna be some kind of glorified leader and things like that. So I'm surprised he didn't say those things to Not Measy and things like that, because he's always pushing you in that direction of this.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna fall into that trap.
No, I'm just saying you didn't. I mean, be clear. I mean, I don't know. Be clear with him, because he's trying to get you to answer these things. And my point is, you don't have to answer anything you don't want to answer. And if that's not what you're down with, you're just not down with it. Like, no one can convince me to go ahead and be worried about everybody else and things like that. Because like I mentioned to people once again, you get yourself involved in these movements and you get yourself involved in certain things. And the next thing you know, all the people that's cheering you on don't have your back, and and leave you stranded, leave you hanging. Like where's all the people that's working with you to build Liberia and things like that? So he wants you to to get up and just move to Liberia and do what you need to do, and you don't have proper support and you don't have things built. So if it takes you 5-10 years for that to happen, so be it. Another man may have his plans and he can just get what he needs to get done in 1 to 2 years, and that's simpler. You know, as people are brought to Africa and they live there, and I don't. That time I don't feel no way. And I'm like, that's your business. You want to do that? That's your business. I already know what business I'm in. I'm in a business that's never been like the most important thing. The most important thing is to make sure yourself is physically organized, because once you're there and you can't operate where you need to operate, whatever business and things that you're looking to do is going to collapse, and you'd have wasted your whole life. And then just to prove to somebody that, oh, I can just move to Africa. Yeah. Now moving to Africa, acquiring land and building the land and building what you need to build, now that's something. But anyway, brother.
Yeah, like I said, and now people are mad at me because I support Austin Holloman. I said, this guy is making really good money. You know, he's living a life in Africa. When that's one aspect of the movement people don't talk about, you know, lifestyle. He's talking about dating a young guy in his 20s. You know, I'm like, hey, look, I'm not in my 20s and whatnot. That would be, to me, my personal opinion, awkward to be like, oh, I'm gonna find love. I've been down that road before. And when I'm past that age, you know, that stage. But he's a young guy and he's over there just doing things positive. And he's in Senegal right now, in Gorée Island and stuff like that. And he's now getting into the culture aspects of Africa. Now, what are they going to say? He's not just talking about women. He's talking about the culture. He's in the slave dungeon and stuff like that, you know. And I'm saying to myself, he's really transformed, right? But people are just jumping on him, talk about women and stuff like that. You know, I'm like, look, he's a young guy. That's what he does. And young people like dating aspects. Some young people want to go and say, you know, hey, I want to change the scenery. Young men do that all the time, you know, and that's why I have no fault for that. People like, oh, he should respect. Look, bottom line is this: Africa is his motherland. How he chooses to engage Africa, that's on him. You know, so too is how we engage. You guys prepare for consequences if it don't work out. But you can't tell.
Most of the time, I think we think too much about these people's opinion. Like none of these people I care about what they think and things like that. Because most of the people that have anything to say about us is people who have no lives. They've never been anywhere. They'll never go anywhere. They never build a vision. And then other people who try to compete with us is literally just jealous of us and things like that. But that's why I don't say much of anything, because we have all of these clowns here. Like this person worldviews. I don't know where this troll. I don't know what kind of hellhole this troll came out of, but you know these people pop up. And I'm just from now on, I just for the documentation purpose, I let them just do what they need to do. The most I do is put them in timeout, like the little children that they act like, and if they cross certain lines and things like that. But you know, like I mentioned, the people like this whole movement that we were pushing is it's not the most popular thing, and I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. If you're looking to build something in Africa, if you're looking to build this global Black business pipeline, if you're looking to, you know, exploring, you know, and build a future in Africa, hey, it's up to you to join us. People talk about that people don't understand their own people in this country. Well, how long has this country existed? What are you supposed to wait another 400 or 500 years to, you know, for Black people to be on point and get along? Am I supposed to wait here and just keep on doing that? Or do I need to seek out greater opportunities where I need to go, regardless if the culture is not the same culture as mine and things like that? It's like, it's okay for every other race and nation of people to do this. But then when you're a Black person and have a certain vision, you're questioning about doing certain things. That's why for the most part, since I've been in this business, I ignored a lot of people. I let them just talk. And because I know that they're not very intelligent, they're weak-minded, and they literally just think that things are just that easy, that they're just gonna be in America and one day they're just gonna all get along and build something here. The thing of it is, again, you know, family, you're in a sinking ship. What is really being built to be established as something, even if it's not a nation, or even if it's a psychological nation. You know, when it comes to even Black consciousness, you have about 50 different groups that believe in 50 different things. You know, are you supposed to put your hope and faith in that, you know, people just build something here. And that's why we have that topic, nationhood is the only solution, and why we should build an Afrikstan. So you can take the challenge on, and you know, the land is there in Africa, our people are there, and I mean, don't you realize sometimes, family, that you just have to figure things out. So instead of just getting up on a quest like this, saying, "Hey, Kala, I'm just gonna get up and leave and just go somewhere," you know, it's kind of like getting up and fighting a losing battle, you know. So what we're doing is, you know, we're strategizing, we're getting everything that we need in place to be successful. And the time, whatever time it would take. I can't say that, and I'm not gonna let nobody force me into giving them no timeline.
Yeah, you know, so bottom line, it is what it is. We're just doing the groundwork and whatnot. People, I have connections with different people, chapters of BAO members joining. I just got a new person to join from South Africa just an hour ago. Joined from South Africa and stuff like that. You know, we got people from Angola adopted the BAO ideology and joining, connecting, and stuff like that. You know, and these are people that one day we're going to be reaching out to when we hit these countries, several countries. We're going to have like, you know, stuff like that. It's all idea of building infrastructure, first, before you build physical infrastructure, you have to build the moral and the social infrastructure, you know, the cohesion, you know, and we got to build stuff of like-minded people. You cannot talk about going into the community if the community basically says that it wants to do guns and gats on the radio and talk about killing, murder, and everything. It's far gone, you know. They obviously don't want to hear what we have to say. Is that true, Bomani? They obviously don't want any part of what we're trying to do. So in that case, we're not, you know, hey, we got to take our hand. At some point in time, they said you have to take your hands off. That's in the Bible. Sometimes you could reach out to somebody, try to deliver them, but at some point, right? They say, like when they say Ezekiel, the valley of the dry bones, and the dry bones in the valley. And sometimes you got to take your hands off. You know, take your hands off. And I do think this idea of focusing on Africa, focusing on nation building and something new, a new future, a new ideology, a new reality, right? It's taking our hands off, you know? It's taking our hands off. And maybe that will help. Because if you basically, I'm going to tell you something, right? This is what I know. I know Black people. I know Black America, right? Like the back of my hand, right? Like I always say, I have a PhD in Negroology, right? If your mission in life is to always basically talk about, you know, Black people are messing up. They're fucking up. They're doing all kinds of, excuse my language, messing up and doing all stuff like that. And they have no thing. All they think about is the next party, the next high, the next drunk, whatever like that. They want to do wild shit and everything. And there's nobody basically bringing condemnation on them, right? And the bottom line is they keep saying, I wish they hear these people, like for example, the women in that clip that I don't know if you want to listen to that, right? You want me to play that, right? These are babies and everything. What that does is to the people that's doing it, they watch these news reports. They're saying we got these people fooled, like they're gonna deliver us. So they keep doing what they want to do. Because there's nobody's gonna do anything to them. And there's nobody gonna say, you know something, I'm taking my hands off you. They know if the police gets cracked down on them, we're going to be the first ones trying to defend them. So there's no incentive for them to do right. You could talk to them, you could lecture them, you could do all that. Charleston White said that, you know? He said, man, all this stuff like this, we've been wasting years and whatnot. And some of the people you don't want to change. He goes, they listen to these rappers and they listen to the streets. That's all they care about. At some point in time, we have to take our hands off, right? And focus on something else. And I think nationhood is our taking our hands off this. Say, if you want to deal with the white man, because sooner or later, the white man's going to say, you know, I had enough. They don't understand that part of the situation, right? The white man's going to say, I've had enough of y'all. And it's not going to be pretty in this country. Worldview jumps from channel trolling. Yeah, typical troll, you know. What successful Black women in America part with college to help you? Look, we don't basically look for Black organizations, right? Because most of them basically are not focused on building anything. It's the same old, same old. We need to build this. Now, the things I say we can do. I said download a Black-owned app, Black-owned business app, right? BLAPS, right? A friend of mine, a BAIO member, elder, a big homie of mine, Ronald. We went out to this Black-owned restaurant last week, right? Spent a fortune. Food was good. We put money into a Black-owned establishment, and we're going to make a point of every 2 weeks we're going to hit another Black-owned business. That's what we can do. And then we look for stuff online. I'm looking online. I need services, whatever like that. I'm looking for somebody Black. That's the stuff we could do on our own. But that's not going to stop the crime and all stuff like that. That's really driving all this. The toxic culture of Black America is going to continue. At some point in time, what's this toxic culture that we see every day is mentally breaking Black people down. And when you see Black people go to the continent, right, you see a peace on them. There's a peace. Everybody talks about that, when they go to Ghana, they feel so peaceful and they feel so happy, and they're like this. They can basically, people can talk all they want. Even if you don't live around that, the fact that you got to sit here and not only that, when you see all the stuff like that, you see people talking about the crime. They're like this, like people don't want to be subjected to that. So when you go to the continent, you get a break from that. That's why Black immigrants, Africans, could basically come here because they don't. Let me ask you a question, Bomani. Why is it that the African immigrants don't really bother with the crime in the inner city and everything? Why? Because they're focused on their homeland and what they got going on.
Yeah, people just work around the situation. It's sometimes a better situation, even though it's still a bad situation. If you know what I mean. What the hell, loud hypocrite? These people are crazy. That's why they just trolling around. It's like no matter what you say or analyze, they just disagree with it just to disagree. And that's it. No other reason.
The bottom line is this, like I said, the bottom line, the problems in Black America, everybody got the answers, but nothing ever gets done. It just gets worse and worse. Every year you say, maybe next year it'll be better. I thought 2023, I thought when Biden got elected, didn't they say peace was going to reign in America? All hell's breaking loose. They said, oh yeah, the violence, everything. Ever since that George Floyd situation, there's been nothing but anarchy and chaos, everything, and the crime and everything's out of control. You got people talking about, oh, they're shutting down Walmart in Chicago. Well, y'all went in there, robbed the place and everything like that, and then there's nobody condemning you and everything. The police sitting back, we can't do nothing about it because we'll get in trouble if we enforce the law and everything. That's what you have in Black America. It's gone. And the people, and that we can answer that. Why are people brother, people, I'm seeing people moving out to Virginia Beach, right? Black couples and everything. I feel bad for them, right? Because they're living beyond their means, but they don't want to live around that anymore. They don't want to live in that situation. I feel sorry for them. So I'm saying, yeah, look, those people like that, but those people who have the means to travel and live all the places and everything to get away, you could afford a trip to come with us to the continent, or you could basically do your own thing on the continent or have a escape. You should have that. You should have an Africa plan, But if not Africa, someplace else, to get away from this nonsense. But this idea we're going to somehow change the inner city and change Black America and everything like that, not when they got these guns and everything on the streets, unless you want to all-out war bloodbath. And as soon as you go do that, guess who the police going to come and lock up? Us, you. We tried that vigilante stuff before and everything. People trying to patrol the community and whatnot, The Nation of Islam tried that, and they shut the Nation of Islam down. They would much rather, the powers that be, much rather have gangs, everything terrorizing the streets. That's why they make sure they monetize the Bloods and the Crips, right, to take the power, to shift the power shift away from the Black Panther Party. They were so terrified of the Black Panther Party, right? But at all the time, the Bloods and the Crips were growing. The Bloods and Crips weren't even mentioned until like the 80s. Didn't exist. All they cared about was the Black Panther Party. That's a country you live in. A community that was serving kids breakfast and everything like that was public enemy number one. That's the reality of it. So who is successful in Black America behind the vision of Billy Afrikstan? Not trying to connect with them. Well, the bottom line is that we have a lot of successful Black people, at least in the BAIO today. As far as like people that have like money and stuff like that, we haven't got those people yet. You know, one day when we start showing tangible results and everything, I'm sure the Black people that basically have the money, but a lot of people that are super rich are born into America, right? Because they live in gated communities and everything. If I'm a famous Black person, celebrity, got millions and millions of dollars, everything, I got white friends and everything, they're like this. But at the same time, the Jewish people can have white Gentile friends and everything, but they're supporting Jewish causes. The Arabs supporting Arab causes. The Koreans are supporting Korean causes, right? The best thing that any of these rich Black people do is support something that they know won't offend their white counterparts. Or some inner city project. Oh, that's good. He's helping out the inner city. He'll build a basketball court, you know, like Michael Vick did. Oh, yeah, that's good. He built a basketball court and everything. That's about it. When you start talking about nation building and stuff like this, you know, they know where their bread is buttered with the white man. The white man got us. And that is the truth.
Yes, Color. Excellent, brother. Another great show, man. Let me know when you're ready to wrap it up, and we'll just do the closeout banner. And we'll catch the people another time, and we'll keep working on what we're working on. And let me play one of the haters' comment right there.
Y'all just running your mouths. Y'all don't believe what you're saying. You don't believe it. Oh, really? You know, we only got a trip planned. But Bomani, how many people you've taken to the continent so far? Like 600 people?
Well over 600, and helped a whole lot more live there, do business, and influence a lot of other people based on my early works, traveling and documenting our history and culture in Africa and joining Black organizations.
Your Gazi community. Why don't you show some pictures of the community that's in your Gazi, you know? That will shut this.
I'm ready to close out. I don't have time to attain trolls. Like I tell people, all of our information is right there available if you want to view things. We're not going to sit there and babysit and spoon feed you. Real serious people who want to know about the things that we're doing can always call me and we can talk about it and I'll get you what you need. But yeah, as far as this worldview, this is another troll. And then we have conference calls all the time about our community and the different things that we do. So serious people reach out with us. Other people can keep running their mouth.
Yeah. Good night, brother Hakeem. You know,
and
it's not that easy. Brother Hakeem will tell you he's a Nigerian. I think he lives in Canada or whatnot. You know, he tried to go back to Nigeria several times. Hopefully he'll make that move back to Nigeria, but it's not easy. It's not easy going to the continent. If it was just that easy, millions of us would be on the continent right now. You have a situation. We see now everything we're saying over here, that these countries operate for European interests and foreign interests, everything. They don't care about no Pan-Africanism and everything. And it's all coming to light. Everything we say was coming to light. I believe what's happening is like all the talk about Pan-Africanism that you see online has created like a meltdown. If you have like a wall of ice, right? If you put heat next to that ice, right? First of all, it won't do it. Next thing you know, the ice starts sweating. You ever see that? The ice wall starts sweating, right? And next thing you know, you start seeing it start dripping. And then next thing you know, you hear a big crash. It all comes crumbling down. That's what I believe is happening with this fake movement, this fake propped up neocolonial system. It's crumbling down because there's heat that's coming from the Pan-African world. All the talking points of rhetoric that we're spreading online and throughout the world is catching on. It's creating heat. It's melting that cold wall ice that has been built.
Yes, Color. Beautiful breakdown. And family, that's what we were talking about today, family. And you know, we'll drop the science on it as far as a straight nation building. That is the solution. And trying to get us to build this, trying to get us to, I don't know, save ourselves from the sinking ship. I don't know how that's gonna work. So
I don't see any.
We have to just move forward.
I don't see any future as far as like Black America. Black America is like a parasitoid, you know, a parasitoid. Our minds are parasite. You ever see a parasite, right? When a wasp injects eggs into a caterpillar, right? And what happens is this larvae starts eating the caterpillar from within, right? And it releases chemicals on the host. It releases chemicals on the host's brain. And what happens is the host starts defending itself, defending any like predators trying to eat it to protect the parasites that's eating it from within. That's how we are in Black America, right? We have parasitoids that are eating Black America from within. We're the host. But instead of basically like this, we've been chemically imbalanced that we protect the parasites that's eating us up. We have literally parasites in Black America, you know? Color sounds like a person who's a revolutionary type, not complaining about what's going on in the Black community, but like that. You know, look, bottom line is, if that's the case, then if I wasn't a revolutionary, then why is the community, can you name who was a revolutionary? And why is the community so fucked up right now? Who made a difference? All the so-called revolutionary in Detroit, where the fuck are they at now? Where's the community at in Detroit right now? The revolution in Harlem, what do we got? People standing on the street corner, fucking selling books and CDs and whatnot. That's what you call a revolutionary? I was always like this my whole entire life. Call me what you want, you know? I was always saying there's something wrong in our community. I wanted our people to be free. Kyle wasn't a revolutionary. Now he's in the 50s. He wants to... Okay, they show me all these people that came before me. You know, if that was the case, then if all these people were effective before me or not, why are we, Bomani and I, are starting from scratch, doing all this? Bomani started from scratch. Nobody gave him a blueprint to build what he built. People are these revolutionaries. Where are these revolutionaries at? I influence a lot of people in this movement.
So yes, Kala, I'm gonna play some music and close out, brother. Appreciate your energy as usual. Another excellent classic show, excellent delivery, and family. That's what we're doing, family. We are organizing the energy for Pan-Africanism and moving forward towards nationhood. So you know we can do it with you or without you. So recommend you join the party and stop trolling.
Go ahead and navigate freely. So about Kala is starting from scratch with a lot of less effectiveness. Well, I think I'm being effective. You know, I think I'm very effective. You know, we're starting from nothing. You know, ain't like Navigate Freely ever contributed anything to this movement. Yeah, Carlo didn't fight for the black man. How do you know what I didn't do? He wasn't fight to prove the black community. The people talk about this thing about you didn't fight to improve the black community, right? First of all, first thing you have to do is improve yourself. You have to be the example that you want to see. And I live my life as an example. You know, I live my life as an example. I'm not the new Marcus Garvey. I'm College Genesis. Marcus Garvey had his day, and this is the age of the College Genesis. Fleeing instead of fighting. Yeah, how is this fleeing instead of fighting? Fighting for what? You know, what are you fighting for? You guys keep taking L's all over the place, you know? You guys are taking L's all over the freaking board. Talk about you're fighting. Fighting for what? You guys keep getting your ass kicked. The white man keeps coming here, Tate Brown. Here's your ass. Let me hand it to you. That means you keep getting your ass handed to you. You guys are taking L's all over the place.
I'm gonna call this all good, brother. Let's move forward. It's the same trolls every time, so I'll catch back up to you and connect with you. And
all right, brother.
Have a productive rest of your week.
Yeah, I got a presentation.
A long week, so
I got chosen to go to the presentation tomorrow. I didn't want to do it, but hey, navigate freely. Come on Saturday night, navigate, so I can beat you up some more.
It was here. Serious man to do is irritating. You actually have the patience to talk to to talk to him.
Oh,
it's
man,
just unbelievable.
If it's Saturday night, I'll have some fun. I'm gonna have some serious fun.
Anyway, well, it's good that we cut this one short. We need to start cutting them short. Spending too much of our time wasting with most of the people on these chats. They're just here up all night long trolling us. Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
asking, a lot of them posting stupid questions, and and it's just becoming redundant. Anyway, man, you take care, brother. All right, so family, I'm gonna close you out with some nice music, and the journey continues.
Sons of Africa, It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and having cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi.
Hey, hey. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold, and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can have been cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, cold, bird.